Thank you all very much for coming. This is a meeting of the Senate Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs Committee of the Vermont Senate, and we want to thank you all for coming. And I want to introduce myself, Senator Vince Alluzzi from the Northeast Kingdom. Obviously, to my right and left, your two county senators, Senator Galbraith and Senator White. To my left, far left usually, and Senator Bill Doyle from Washington County, and we have some other members of the House who are present. Senator Edwards is present.
Representative.
Representative Edwards.
Not yet.
Representative Edwards and Representative Olson, who's going to join us in a moment. And I believe there is any other members of the House.
Mike Hebert is here.
Mike is here, Representative Mike Hebert from Vernon. And so, briefly, here's the agenda. We're going to start with some brief introductory remarks by my colleagues. We're then going to turn it over for 3 to 5 minutes to Representative Olson to describe, for our benefit, the details of the amendment which he has successfully negotiated through the House regarding a sustainable funding source for economic development in Windham County. And then we're going to start with hearing the recommendations of the report that we commissioned last year with our grant of about $57,000. And then we're going to ensure that we hear from everyone. Obviously, everyone who wants to speak will be given that opportunity. And we just ask that you be as brief as possible, and we can always follow up with written testimony or a follow-up hearing in Montpelier. I want to thank the folks who helped to organize this, Jeff Lewis and his team, Betty Fry, Robert Ozier, and others who worked with them. I'm very impressed by the turnout this morning. It really demonstrates an interest in talking about economic development, which is really what our committee is all about. So on that note, I'm going to... Oh, and I think Peter's going to do that. So what I'd like to do at this point now is turn it over to Senator Galbraith for a few introductory remarks. Senator Galbraith is a member of our committee, as is Senator Doyle. I'm going to just excuse myself for a moment. Some of you may know I'm the Essex County State's Attorney, and I have to do a brief court hearing for just a couple of minutes. But I will be back, and that hearing was set up 2 months ago, so I excuse myself for just a moment. But Peter and Jeanette and Senator Doyle will chat with you for a few minutes, and then we'll start with Representative Olson. So, Senator Galbraith, thank you.
Senator Alluzzi, thank you very much. And I just want to say a word about the genesis of this process. I know that all of us in Windham County have felt that basically we get ignored by Montpelier. And on the very first day of the session last year, newly assigned to committees, Senator Alluzzi, the chair of the Economic Development Committee, said, now, do any members have anything on their agenda? And I said, yes. We have a problem in Windham County. Not only have we lagged economically, but the state has taken the decision to close one of our largest employers. And I said, there's no point in debating whether it should or shouldn't close. Most people in the county want it closed. But nonetheless, it's going to have a significant economic impact. And we need to address that. And Senator Alluzzi, sort of ran with that. We had a hearing last year. He and I earmarked $57,000 for a study and for workforce development, the only workforce development board in the state that we funded. That has produced the strategy. And following that, Representative Olson has produced a very extraordinary amendment that would earmark annually $1.5 million of the unanticipated revenues from Vermont Yankee, since it's not closing and therefore is paying taxes for Windham County. So that really is the genesis of this. Senator Alluzzi then agreed to hold a second hearing here. The turnout is a sign of your interest, and I find it quite extraordinary. And my thanks to those who organized it. And I just want to say that I don't think there's any place in Vermont where our committee, and perhaps any other committee, has actually held 2 hearings. But in very far away Windham County, at least far from Montpelier. So it really is sign of the commitment that our chair is taken and the particular interest that he has shown here. Before I turn it over to Senator Doyle, the third member of our committee, and then to Senator White, who's an honorary member of our committee for today, I want to thank one person in particular, Joe Famulari, who is our host here at the Vermont Agricultural and Business Education Center. It is an extraordinary, he's an extraordinary person who developed a very significant business here and now is, created this facility, has made it available to our community. Personally, I have used it because from time to time I've done TV interviews from the extraordinary studio facilities here, actually in various parts of the world. So I'm really grateful, Joe, to it. And before I ask you just to say a brief word of greetings, if you wouldn't mind. I also wanted to say one of the other things to come out of the Economic Development Committee, which is of enormous importance to our economy, and under, again, Senator Luzzi's leadership, is the bill to bring broadband to every part of Windham County by the end of 2013. It's a bill we worked on almost all last year, the money is there. We've cleared the regulatory hurdles. We presume and hope that the technology will work. That's the part of it, obviously, that's really beyond our control. But frankly, there is nothing that will make more difference to our economy than the ability of people to do 21st century work and using 21st century technology, and to enable them to do it throughout our county, including in the more rural areas. So in terms of economic development, it's an extraordinary achievement. Joe, I think of that because, with Skype and all that, things that we don't have in Townsend because we don't have the quality yet, at least I might not have to come impose on you at different and bizarre times of the day. But Joe, thanks so much for everything that you do, and I wonder if you just say a word of greetings and a word about the where we are.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I didn't expect this, but anyway, what I can tell you maybe you don't know is that this farm has been here a long time, which is back to the end of the 1700s. And then during the Civil War, the high school was a camp for the soldiers, and there was a hospital there. And this farm, the way it is, was supplying meat to the troops and for the people who lived in the area. And so I bought this years ago over the telephone, if you can believe it, but I won't go into that. But all of a sudden I saw this place and I was stunned, and I've decided to try. I don't know if it'll always be once I pop off, but for the time being anyway, it's going to stay the way it is. And it looks just more or less from the outside that there are cows here, and that it must have looked like this, and it does if you look back at some of the pictures of what it was many years ago. So I appreciate you being here, and it's so much fun. Normally I'm sitting in the back, so now I had a chance to say something. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe. Now, if I could... Senator Doyle, if you say a few
Well, I'm very honored to be here today. Someone asked me what defines Windham County. And I said, what defines Windham County is leadership. Your governors, your speakers, people like George Aiken, who sat with Mike Mansfield every week and sat down in a bipartisan way, which is sorely lacking in Washington, but not Aiken and Mansfield. We should go back to those days. But I'm very honored to be here and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Bill. And Senator White.
I really don't have much to say. I'm not on this committee, but Senator Luzzi has graciously asked me to join the committee, so I'm down here today instead of in Montpelier, and I just intend to listen to the planning process that's been going on and what you're doing from now on. Thanks.
Thank you. So, unfortunately, with the way the visuals are set up, because there are people doing PowerPoints, we will be sitting not looking directly at you, but I guess that works out better, and the witnesses therefore wouldn't have their backs to you, which might otherwise be the case. So let us begin. We'll begin with Representative Olson. I'm then going to take out of order very briefly President Lovell of Marlborough College, because she has an appointment with the president in Burlington and needs to get up there, and then we'll go with the regular, maybe not an exclusive appointment with the president, but it sounds better to say she's off to see the president. At Marlborough, when they call and say, "Where's the president?" "Oh, she's up with Mr. Obama in Burlington." Yeah, we'll sit down. Let's see, how are we? Vince there, so I'll take here, and Bill. Okay, so Representative Olson.
Great.
Why don't you take a seat? I think that's what we'll do with our witnesses, if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, except there's no seat.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Great. I just want to, again, thank Senator Luzzi, Senator Galbraith, Senator Doyle, and Senator White for being here today and bringing the Senate Economic Development Committee down to Windham County. I think it's a very strong show of support that the committee and the legislature as a whole has towards the economic development here in the Windham County region. I'd also like to recognize the work of the post-VY task force headed up by former Speaker of the House Stephen Morse and Jeff Lewis of BDCC. Jeanette and myself, a number of other folks were part of some of the initial meetings over a year ago, and I've just been incredibly impressed with the work that organization has done over the past year in defining the challenges that the county faces and starting to paint a vision for how we can move forward in a post-VY world. While there's certainly a lot of debate about when the plant should close, I think there's universal recognition that the plant will close at some point in the future, and the prudent thing to do is to begin a planning process for that eventuality. So talk a little bit about the amendment that I sponsored in the House. I serve on the Ways and Means Committee in the House, which is effectively a fancy way of saying the Revenue Committee. We are responsible for all the revenue of the state of Vermont. So we look at taxes, fees, you name it. So we were working on the miscellaneous tax bill a few weeks ago, and one of the things that I brought to the committee's attention was the fact that although the plant currently today pays 2 generation taxes, there's a third revenue source that is actually not in state statute. It's part of a memorandum, or actually a series of memoranda of understanding between the state and the owners of the plant. And under the terms of those MOUs, those payments effectively come to an end with the original expiration of the license, the operating license. So recognizing that this revenue that was in place was coming to an end, yet the plant was going to continue operating, I brought that to the committee's attention and suggested that we look at recapturing that revenue that would otherwise be lost. But more importantly, I put forward a case to say that part of that revenue should be retained here within the county to assist with some of the planning and economic development activities envisioned by the post-VY task force. And specifically what we ended up doing was increasing those the 2 generation taxes by $6 million, which approximates to the amount of revenue that we would otherwise lose with the expiration of these MOUs. And to take, of that $6 million, to take $1.5 million and earmark that for economic development activities within the Windham County area. And we define the Windham County area as the town served by BDCC, which is the Regional Economic Development Authority here in the Windham region, towns that are also served by the Windham Regional Commission. So we're the revenue raising committee. We typically don't get into how the money is spent. So we identified a funding source. We designated how we wanted those funds to be spent, but we have been silent on the details. And I think the timing is really good with this hearing to begin that process of discussing how those revenues should be spent in a wise manner that helps drive economic development forward in Windham County. So as far as the miscellaneous tax bill that I attached this provision to in our committee, it did pass out unanimously in committee on an 11-0 vote. It passed the House of Representatives this week. I think 120 something to 14 or 15. It was an overwhelming vote in support of this mechanism, and it's now over in the Senate. And I am confident that we have two strong leaders from Windham County up in the Senate, and looking forward to seeing the passage of that in the Senate, and then to have the Senate Economic Development Committee working with Stephen Morse and Jeff Lewis and leaders in this area to talk about how that money could be best used to help transition Windham County and the region into a post-VY economy. Thank you.
Alderman, thank you very much. And now if I could ask Ellen Lovell just to say a brief word, the president of Marlboro.
Thank you so much for listening to our citizens, because these are topics that concern the entire state of Vermont. My remarks will reinforce what Stephen Morse and Jeff Lewis and many of you have to say. In every vibrant and growing economy, there's a vibrant and involved institution of higher education. Marlboro College has made a huge investment in this region since it was founded in 1946 by GIs returning from World War II. 300 of our graduates now are settled in Windham County. They are business owners, they are entrepreneurs, they are representatives in the General Assembly, and they are part of the creative cluster, which includes technology. My message to you is that having participated in this planning process, we're here to be part of the solution. Marlboro College's mission is to teach students how to think. That trains them to keep learning and to adapt to economic trends with innovation. What do employers ask for? They hire people who can do research, who can reason, who can create new solutions, write well, and who can work in teams. And these are the skills that we teach. The graduate school, which was created in Brattleboro in 1997, offers certificate and master's programs in teaching, management, and technology. 70% of our students are Vermonters. Aside from the master's degrees, adult learners, younger or older, can gain advanced certificates in teaching with technology, project management, open source web development, and nonprofit management. Our certificate in nonprofit management now has 345 graduates from all over the state who took the course in locations all over Vermont. And in an economy where 18.7% of the state domestic product is generated by nonprofit organizations, it's critical that these organizations be well run. In fact, 6 of the largest employers in Windham County are nonprofit organizations. Marlboro spends most of our $14 million budget in Vermont. With 164 employees, we are one of the largest employers in Windham County, and we pay property taxes in both Marlboro and Brattleboro. Expanding economic development means expanding educational development. I ask you to imagine what we could do if Marlboro College, World Learning, Landmark, Union Institute, UVM, and the state colleges were to combine our resources in a public-private partnership to benefit Windham County. Thank you for this opportunity.
biased in the matter, but my life was very much shaped by the fact that Windham College, where I taught, went bankrupt. It was obviously, they meant that I couldn't continue to do the kind of thing I was doing and live here, so it led to a mini-decade detour
Around the world.
before coming back. But secondly, obviously I saw firsthand with the loss of that institution how important it was. I know Senator White, who lives in Putney, could say very much the same thing. I think that this is very important to keep in mind. Thank you for your idea of a public-private partnership. And, Madam President, would you, on behalf of all of us, give your regards to Mr. Obama?
I will. He's everybody's president. Thank you. I don't know who's next.
Now, if we could have Jeff Lewis and Laura Sibilia, who have done so much wonderful work. And I might say, well, the applause is very gratifying to all of us. It's not completely necessary in the context of the hearing, so just to speed things along.
But we don't mind it at all.
When I speak, it's good, but otherwise.
Thank you, Senator Galbraith, Senator White, Senator Doyle, and I see Senator Luzzi's back again. Thank you for your second annual visit to Windham County. We can make this a regular thing, and it gets bigger each year, so now we need a bigger place to meet. Following up on the special funding from last session, which came to us in this fiscal year, born of Senator Galbraith's recognition that VY's closing would be an economic catastrophe that had as yet been unexamined, which in a way is was a challenge to all of us. Funds were purposed by Senator Luzzi and Senator Galbraith to complete the CEVED's work, which is Economic Development Strategy, and to extend that to address specifically the effects of the closing of VY, as the Senator has said. You will shortly hear from CEVED's itself, from a panel led by Bob Stevens, who's the chair of the CEVED's board. One of the accomplishments we have is that CEVED's is now a private nonprofit corporation. It has a board of directors, a chairman. You will also hear from the Post-VY Task Force led by Stephen Morse, as has been mentioned. You'll also hear from David Altstadt as part of the CEVED's presentation. David is the key staff person for the WIB, the Workforce Investment Board. He's also a member of CEVED's addressing general workforce issues and has done really creative things with the $7,500 that was granted to them. As the senators noted, one of the few, if not the only WIB that was funded last year. So credit to David and the WIB for doing good things with those dollars. You will also hear, as you can see, from a yeasty and active group of Windham County citizens who pay attention to the economy of this area and have both opinions and entrepreneurial energy around that. There is strength and life down here, sometimes wild, but always interesting. There are a couple of significant proposals that we want to just put on the table. One of them, Representative Olson has already spoken about, but the second was a proposal made by Governor Shumlin in his budget address to put a shared campus of CCV and VTC down here in Brattleboro, specifically in downtown. That is one of the most exciting things that we have heard in a long time. It was a vote of confidence in Brattleboro that we could use that. It was a statement of support that we need that. And it was a statement of optimism that it would be successful here. Martha O'Connor, who is here, is the chair of the local committee trying hard to make that a reality. There's hard work to go on. There is also the opportunity, which would be unique in the state, to form a public-private partnership, as President McCulloch-Lovell outlined, between our private institutions and the public ones. We can do something that no one else has really done well in Vermont on that point. Finally, the most important thing that your investment has done for us and allowed us to do was to hire Laura Sibilia, formerly executive director of the Mount Snow Chamber and a longtime part of our economic development working group for 5 years we've been at this. Barb Sondag, Chris Campany and his predecessor, Patrick Moreland, I saw, Laura, have been working at this little more to wider, and Laura's been part of that. So I'm excited that she is now part of us as a general manager working for BDCC and assigned to support CEVED's post-VY and all of our economic development activities. Besides what we've done with the groups we're talking about today, Laura has been instrumental in our response, meaning the economic development response to the devastation caused by Irene. I'm just going to give her a moment to talk about that.
Thank you very much. We have found that the network, regional network that has been created through CEVEDS, we've been able to leverage that, particularly with the flooding. This actually, I had been slated to come on and start doing this work and was in transition when the flood hit. CEVEDS was a little delayed in their start this year because of that, but we still were working together. This regional coalition, true regional coalition that we had built was really invaluable in recovering. Our relationships allowed us to help each other with immediate relief efforts and then on medium and longer term recovery planning. The natural disaster exacerbated the very serious economic decline the Windham region is already experiencing, as you know. You'll hear more on our efforts on flood recovery during your afternoon tours. One significant outcome of the CEVEDS process that is helping the region in long-term flood recovery is the relationship that we've begun to build with the Federal Economic Development Agency. BDCC has recently applied on behalf of CEVEDS for funding to create what is called a Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or a CEDS. This is a lengthy and detailed journey that we have begun with help from the federal agency. With the relationships that we have with CEVEDS, with the flood work that we've done, with this experience with EDA that we're building and relationship, we're now working, BDCC is working, CEVEDS is contemplating helping to try and assist in a regional economic development disaster assistance grant. With encouragement from the EDA, we're actually looking to even expand regional to include possibly Bennington County. That is something that is, as I said, going on with You've been asking for it forever. It's always a surprise. So that, as I said, is something that is being driven at the BDCC level. CEVEDS is beginning to work on that and consider, and with Windham Regional, we're working with Windham Regional. So we're really pleased and proud. You're going to hear from a number of our board members. We're pleased with the regional effort. We're pleased with the youth and energy and diverse groups that have begun to really start to get together on this.
Thank you.
Okay, so can we have that mic back? They asked us to keep using that. Thank you both very much, Jeff and Laura. In accordance with our agenda, we will next hear from Bob Stevens, who's chair of CEVEDS, and Barb Sondag, the Brattleboro town manager. Is that agreeable? Okay, great. Well, thanks for joining us, and thanks for all your good work. And why don't you take this back? Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. So my name is Bob Stevens, and I currently chair the CEVEDS board. We're here to give you a quick overview of what we've been working on over the last year. The board itself has been meeting bi-monthly, essentially there's, I think, on your table a strategies and goals document. Sure, Jeanette, if you want to hand that out. That is that. Yes, thank you. We're not going to sort of go through that line by line, but we wanted to give you an overview, and then we have a number of people from the board that are going to tell you in more detail some of the task forces that have been formed and what we're working on. So, by way of background, yes, please. Yeah, that would be great. I think last year mentioned, and some of the boards you see up here, talking about a couple of years of trying to define the problem and understand what our assets are in this community. Not going to review that, but just summarize it to say that we have come to the conclusion that this area is in a job and growth decline for the last 10 years. You know, we know that our wages are lower than any of the surrounding areas, including the state. We know that our age is higher. Our median age is probably higher than most of the country, quite frankly. So those trends indicate a significant problem, irrespective of the work that Post VY has been doing. And it is because of that that the mission of CEVEDS is really to reverse that economic decline. That is our mission as a board, is to figure out how to stimulate this economy, how to look at leveraging the assets we have to try to offer the opportunities to our citizens for the kinds of prosperity that you can get in other places. So to do that, we built on the work, the data collection that we had. We had a consultant, Vital Economies, working with us for a while, and developed the document before you, which outlines a whole series of metrics, goals, 6 objectives, and 19 different strategies. That we finished in December. In essence, I'm going to, the goals, I guess, to start with, as you can see, are really dealing with how to move the average wage up, how to reverse the decline in population, and how to work on getting our GDP. These are sort of metrics that we're trying to influence by the strategies down below. The objectives, I'm going to talk about really the first one, a little more detail, and then I'm going to turn it over to Barb Sondag to walk through the rest of them. But the first objective that we identified was to create CEVEDS as an organization, because we knew this was a long-term game. This is not something that we're going to do in a year. And we wanted an organization that had some legs. It is now, as Jeff said, incorporated as a 50C36. It's an affiliation of BDCC, so we have BDCC to do all our accounting and support services. We didn't have to create a whole bunch of backroom stuff. And we did, as Laura said, create a very diverse group of people to on this board. Diverse geographically. We have members from the Valley. We have members up the Connecticut River, you know, trying to get input from this entire region. We have several town managers. We have planners. The Wyndham Regional is part of it. The WIB is part of it. But we also, as part of our procedures, wanted to keep at least more than 50% private sector. So our board is made up of the same type of entrepreneurial people that are working in the industry to try to help guide how we go through this. So the board, as Laura said, was very effective. Those connections that were made came into play with Irene just by knowing people, by having to access other resources in that emergency response, and has continued to be useful in planning for the long-term recovery because we have this network in the region now. The other side of really working on this mission is figuring out how to have a sustainable funding source. You'll hear from our board members of several task forces that are working on, and they're doing really good work. We also recognize that volunteers who have other jobs during the day, we're not going to get this done with just volunteers alone. So we are actively working. The legislative support last year was instrumental in getting us here. The proposed amendment to fund another source of funding would be a great advance. These things are exceptional. We are also planning and are on the agenda to start asking our municipalities to help support this. BDCC currently funds a good deal of our mission, and we have plans to ask the private sector, our large business corporations, for help as well, so that we can start to put resources to working on some of the tasks that we're going to explain to you later. And then finally, again, as Laura mentioned, we've started a relationship with the Federal Economic Development Agency. The technical assistance grant that Laura has submitted would enable us to develop this comprehensive economic strategy document, build on the work that we've already done, which effectively opens the door for federal funding for implementation of that. Without that comprehensive strategy, we can't do that. With the funding for this, we hope we'll be able to drill in a little deeper, particularly on some of our business assets, to figure out how we can sort of help some of those key business clusters do better in our economy and get some input even as part of that process. So that's the background on who we are, and I think I'll turn it over to Barb for the rest of the strategy.
Thank you, Senators, for being here today. There are several objectives and strategies that you have. Under each of the objectives, there's anywhere from 3 to 6 to 8 specific strategies that try to do it in a little more detail, explain how we're going to reach these objectives. You'll see the increase of size and quality of workforce, increase the population proportion of our working ages 24 to 44, create an entrepreneurial environment, and then the post-VY economy. One of the things, I'm not going to talk about any of these actually in any detail because you have them in front of you, and I think you can, if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those. What I do want to talk about is that the objectives and the strategies, that the objectives and the strategies, objectives and the strategies are created to reach the goals, the 8 goals that you have at the beginning of the page, which talk about median income, job creation, those types of things. These are all data-driven, and both in terms of our baseline data, which is really what you see here is our baseline data, and then the metrics for measuring our success. Because unless we can measure how we're doing, how do we report back, and how do we say to our funders, to our contributors, and actually how do we say to ourselves, how are we doing? So I think that that's important. You're also going to notice that there are themes that weave in and out of each of these objectives. And this is because the goals and the objectives, they're not silos. These items build on each other, and they can't be done, we can't be successful in achieving any one of these without looking at them all. They can't be isolated. Improving the quality of our workforce is clearly related to increasing our working population of the 24 to 44-year-olds, and this clearly links with our goal to enhance an entrepreneurial environment in this region. Over the past several months, many small steps have been taken toward achieving some of these goals, but we are really just beginning this journey. And so I do, however, have actually I'm very upbeat about the possibility of success. In particular, in light of legislative efforts that have occurred over the last 6 months to assist in improving our local post-high school education system and the possible financing identified by Representative Olson. By his amendment. Work is accomplished. How we do this work is that CEBEDS has many task forces, subcommittees, if you will, that are working to achieve specific goals to our strategies to reach these the metrics that we've set forth. Post-VY is just one of those task forces. And with that, I think I would like to just, again, you can read these. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have on all of these. But with that, I think it's just as important for you to hear from some of our smaller subcommittees and to explain what work they're doing and also how they're trying to achieve some of these objectives and goals.
Thanks, Barb. I'm Lisa Sullivan. I own Bartleby's Books in Wilmington, and I serve on the Communications Subcommittee, also the Vice Chair of the CEBEDS Board. I'm going to just take a couple of minutes to talk a little bit about what we're doing in our Communications Subcommittee. We sort of break down communications in what we consider internal and then external. Right now, we're really in the internal phase. What we're trying to do right now is what I would consider the nuts and bolts of communication. We need to create a website, which we just did. And we need to have some social media things set up. And so that's the kind of stuff that we're working on now in committee. We now have a functioning website. You can go to advancevermont.com to take a look. On the website, it includes things like our goals and strategies, objectives document, so that people can also see that there. If you don't have a copy today, you could see it on the website. We're also including minutes from our board meetings there, as well as general information about the organization. So very nuts and bolts, very basic at this point. And that is the focus. So we're looking at also creating a piece, because so much of our communication has been face-to-face, a lot of meetings, a lot of networking. And so we'll be creating also a handout piece that includes the website, and we're working on creating a Facebook page and Twitter and all of the sort of general social media ways for networking. And that's kind of nuts and bolts right now. In the future, where we see our communications subcommittee moving is into supporting the strategies on the strategies document. And so, for instance, when we are starting to implement a sustainable startup funding source for the area, we would then market that. We would come up with ways so that people knew if there was a competition in which they could get startup funding, if there were ways for them to connect, we would be the group that would put together a marketing campaign for that. There's an objective to grow the 24 to 44 age base here in the Windham region in professional jobs. So we would make a campaign at some point, probably in combination with a number of other organizations, marketing Southeastern Vermont as the best place to live, work, and play. So those are the kinds of things that we're looking towards in the future. Like I said, we are very nuts and bolts right now. We are creating the basic communication strategies and communications methods for the organization at this point. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenna Pugliese. I'm the environmental manager for Stratton Mountain Resort and also on the executive board secretary of SEVEDS. Sure. I am overseeing the young professionals group of our segment of our work. If you can look at that board to Bob's right, the median age in Windham County in 1990 was 34, and in 2009 was 46. So if we didn't already know, our population is aging. If nothing changes, the percentage of the population representing 20 to 44-year-olds will decline by 30% by 2015. So as a part of this and understanding the statistics, we've created a young professionals group who met for the first time last night. We had about 20 participants. As well as Pat Moulton-Poundon came to speak to our group. We met at the New England House. Is that correct? Sorry. And we had our first group just to understand what young professionals in our area want and are looking for. And so we hope to continue to work with that group and grow the group and understand what keeps people here, what makes people want to live here, and how we can recruit more of the 20 to 44-year-old population.
Hi, I'm Dave Altstad. I'm the coordinator of the Windham Workforce Investment Board, as well as a board member of SEVEDS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the efforts underway to increase the size and quality of our region's workforce. In the FY 2012 budget, the Vermont legislature bestowed a $7,500 earmark on the Windham WIB as part of a larger funding package for post-Vermont Yankee economic development planning and action. With these and other state and local resources, the WIB has focused on two workforce development priorities: to help employers improve their staff recruitment and retention, and to develop a skilled, qualified workforce for the precision manufacturing sector. We know that staff turnover is a major concern of local employers and a significant drag on productivity for their operations. One employer has told the Windham WIB that he typically loses 2 out of every 3 new workers within the first month of their hiring. The company spends several $1,000s to hire and train new workers to fill these vacancies. To curb attrition caused by the poor performance of workers, the WIB has spent the past several months helping employers evaluate the job skills and work ethics of job seekers so that they may offer job openings to the most qualified and job-ready amongst the applicant pool. The WIB is using a battery of tests called WorkKeys to validate cognitive skills that are critical for performing job tasks well as the soft skills to be a good employee. We have plans to test 100 workers as part of this project. The Wyndham WIB has recently embarked on a second project to support the skilled workforce needs of precision manufacturers, an industry sector identified by CEVEDS to be critical to the economic health of the region. The WIB has engaged several manufacturers who have maintenance and or machining positions in an effort to upgrade the skills of their incumbent workforce, as well as to prepare job seekers for potential employment. The training program consists of a suite of online tutorials called Tooling U. These WIB projects provide a glimpse in what can be achieved when community stakeholders come together and invest their time, talents, and resources to strengthen workforce development. Credit should go to CEVEDS for developing a comprehensive and ambitious plan for fully realizing this shared goal. In brief, CEVEDS seeks both to grow the ranks of our labor force by stepping up recruitment and retention of highly skilled professionals and college graduates to the area, as well as to bolster the skills of our current workforce and our youth. Local employers will have the qualified workers they need to grow their businesses. More importantly, we will have a powerful pitch to attract new businesses to the region who can create good jobs for Vermonters. The CEVEDS Workforce Committee recognizes that reimagining our workforce development system will be tough work. It will require that our education institutions and other service providers develop or refashion programs to address the critical skill needs of our labor market. It demands that more employers open their doors to conversation and collaboration so that we may systematically and sustainably address their workforce needs in our key industry sectors. And it raises expectations on Vermonters who must invest their precious time in enhancing their skills in order to realize their career potential. Under the leadership of CEVEDS, I believe we can overcome obstacles and build the workforce for a vibrant economy. Thank you.
Take the ladies' chairs. Short on seating. Morning, Senators.
It doesn't magnify, so
So Greg, just so you know, and to everyone, we're on a real tight time schedule, so if you have written testimony, don't read the testimony, just summarize. I'm not saying you do, but...
The first thing I was going to say, Senator Aluzzi, is that I've summarized my written testimony. I'll be happy to give you a copy at the end. You know me too well. First, I'd like to thank our local senators, our senator from the Northeast Kingdom, for joining us down here this morning. Special thanks to Senator Dole, and I'm personally happy.
also goes by
Doyle, sorry. Personally happy to see you down here. Touche, Vince. So the two areas I would like to touch upon this morning in terms of positive developments are the incoming investments of high-speed broadband services, both wired and wireless, and the incoming advent of high-speed rail to this region of the state. I have additionally supplied you with more detailed information regarding my two primary concerns, which are the demographic shift the other board members have already alluded to, and our unearned income ratio, and the effect of these particular challenges on our tax base. The CEVEDS region is at the early stages of receiving a tremendous investment of infrastructure, which additional funding could assist in taking economic advantage of. Two federally funded BTOP projects for broadband are currently being deployed within the region. One, a wireless project by Vermont Telephone Company, and the second, a large fiber optic project by the Vermont Telecommunications Authority in partnership with Sovereignnet. Combined, these two projects have the potential to dramatically alter the landscape in terms of our schools, healthcare facilities, and larger institutions' access to gigabit speed internet connectivity, and more importantly, intranet connectivity between other state institutions. The deployment of this infrastructure opens the door for commercial applications in the future, allowing for a tremendous capacity for a high-tech incubator space within the region, and for reaching some of the currently unserved households without broadband today. Gigabit broadband, like the first electric lines run into Vermont, opens up tremendous opportunity for this region to attract and retain tech-savvy professionals, generally in the 18 to 44-year-old age range, to this area should we provide a space and a welcoming business climate to receive them. The second large-scale infrastructure development occurring is the investment by the federal government into improving high-speed passenger rail service between New York City and White River Junction. This is important as 2 of the 4 stops for this high-speed rail, Brattleboro and Bells Falls, lie within the target area being discussed. The region must not only prepare facilities in a fashion to greet and service rail customers escaping the doldrums of the Big Apple, but we must also market this region to those families and vacationers that our region is now open for business. Most importantly, we need to instill within them that this is a region not only to vacation, but to live. We need to show that young working professional couples seeking a safe place to raise their children can function as well here as they can within the city, and explain that with our new infrastructure, they are only milliseconds away from the New York City office and a short train ride from their weekly meeting. Through infrastructure developments and a proper application of marketing, we can satisfy local concerns about overdeveloping the land because the digital economy requires no factories. We can also work to solve the demographic shift by driving well-educated, high-paid professionals from the sins of the city to the safety of the country. And I will submit the rest of it in writing for you guys, and I think the panel's happy to answer any questions you have.
Great. I don't think we have any. Senator Galbraith? I just was very struck, Greg, by what you said, what Jenna has said about, and the general approach to this demographic and the change. And I think that both of you have hit the nail exactly on the head. First, it is the ability of professionals to work from home, the ease with which they can commute to New York, and I would add, I think we also need to work on how you can get to the airport in Hartford. But that is an important factor. And let us recognize that living in Vermont is not going to appeal to everybody, but that there is a cadre of people who would like to live here, either who are from here, would like to stay, or who are attracted to what we have to offer. And I think, which is safety, excellent schools, a beautiful place, a very environmentally conscious community, a very community-oriented community. And I think another thing, because of the changing nature of our economy, and including, frankly, the fact that the traditional second home market, which has been here for 100 years, when the trains used to come up and expanded, it's disappearing because it is too costly to maintain, and because the cost of alternatives like air travel to Europe or Asia or Bali is so much cheaper than having a home in Vermont. What does that mean? That means there are really fine houses available for professionals, reasonable prices, certainly as compared to Boston and New York. So I think it is a combination of things that I think are going to be attractive to the professionals, and I think it is what you described in terms of the technology, what Jenna described in terms of the marketing in that category, as well as some of the other things that were described in terms of workforce development. So I guess unless you disagree with something I've said, which I don't suppose you would, I just think I want to underscore the importance of what you said in the context of this overall strategy.
And Senators, if I may, there are just two other, to that point, two other task forces we haven't mentioned I wanted to make you aware of. One is a task force being organized under our downtown organization for knowledge workers, specifically to try to identify what we can do to attract more of those workers up in this area. And we have another task force working on redeveloping properties that are distressed in this region as well, to try comprehensively.
Well, Madam Sontag, you mentioned population and decline. You said 42,000 in 2009. You have the census figures for 2010 and the estimated for 2012.
We will be getting those, but we don't have those incorporated into our report right now.
Did you lose in the decade?
We lost a little bit, but it was pretty flat. More flat than, yeah.
Great. So past year, and we'd like to now focus our attention on post-Vermont Yankee Task Force and BY decommissioning options, and I'd like to welcome former House Speaker Stephen Morris.
Senators, thank you for being here today. It's indeed an honor that a Senate committee would travel all the way from Montpelier down to Brattleboro, and so we thank you for being here. What I'm about to do is to start a report on the post-VY Economic Development Committee, which is a subgroup of the SEVEDS group. The SEVEDS group, as you've heard just now, is looking at the regional economic development issues in a broader, more long-term way. During that process, we recognized right away that there was an immediate situation that at some point Windham County's largest employer was going to close. Now, let me stop there for a moment and make it very clear that this committee took the position from the very beginning that we were not going to take a position on when Vermont Yankee or Energy should close. It was our position that it was going to close at some point, whether it was in March 2012 or March of 2032. We just recognized that there was going to be a huge fallout from losing the largest employer, so we thought it was time to be proactive, and therefore we organized this subgroup to look at this. We started in March of 2011, and the last year we've met almost monthly. There's 17 members on this committee that are a diverse community group, and we released our final report about 2 weeks ago, which I just handed you. And the three of us are just going to go through it very briefly and entertain any questions that you might have. From the very beginning, we broke the economic impact of losing the largest employer into 5 categories: job loss, a decline in the GDP, the effect on the real estate values, the decline in human services and human capital, and the loss of state and local taxes. So from right away with our research, we found out that when this plant closes and we lose our largest employer here in the county, that somewhere between 617 and 650 high-paying jobs would be lost, somewhere between $68 and $72 million on an annual basis. And that's about 2% of the current county jobs, but about 5% of the county wages. Obviously, they are high-paying jobs and important. In addition to that, we recognize that there's going to be a loss of indirect jobs as well. At least 400 additional jobs would be lost, as well as other jobs in Vermont. Contractors, suppliers, people that do work at Vermont Yankee. So it was our conclusion that as soon as the plant closes, whenever that might be, there's at least 1,000 jobs that are going to be lost, having a very dramatic effect on the area. In addition to that, we recognize when the 1,000 people aren't living here, there's going to be effect on retail sales. And our estimate of that is somewhere in the neighborhood of $26 million. So a major impact on the county. I think with that, I'll then turn to Barbara Sundag. I'm sorry. To my far right, I want to introduce Dan Yates, who's the president of the Brattleboro Savings and Loans, who will give you some more detail on some of the other points in the report.
Thank you, Stephen. Senators, thank you very much for this chance to address these issues. Certainly, as you're aware, the nation, and which we're not immune to, is suffering from a decline in real estate values. In the banking industry, we've seen this firsthand. And as we consider the impact of a closure of Vermont Yankee, we anticipate that we'd see an increase in the vacancy rate of available housing from approximately 1.5% to as much as 3%. That then translates into a decline in values of anywhere between 5 and 15%. This would be on top of the declines that we're already seeing. Those declines vary depending upon what town you're in the area. There'd be a major glut of homes on the market. It would take much longer for that inventory to be absorbed. Right now, the average selling time we're seeing in properties is extending beyond 12 months. We don't know what that would likely end up being. Grand list valuations would drop. That'll translate into a loss in tax revenues to the individual towns. So that's certainly a significant issue and significant risk. Not even talking about potentially what that means in terms of mortgage performance. Talk about human capital losses. With the loss of these jobs that Stephen just mentioned, there are going to be collateral job losses. There are going to be teachers, volunteers, elected officials, board members, all disappearing. As employees of Vermont Yankee and employees of businesses that may have to cut back or may go out of business leave, a lot of our volunteer base is going to shrink, and we're going to lose a tremendous amount of intellectual capital. Revenue losses, capacity declines in the medical sector, and then the loss of skills contributed by Vermont Yankee worker family members. All of the people that work at Vermont Yankee, their families, whether they're direct employees or contract employees, contribute to our area, and these will be gone. The other issue is Vermont Yankee is a significant contributor to nonprofit agencies. Some of these nonprofit agencies, we believe, will simply cease to exist because Vermont Yankee represents such a significant amount of their annual funding. That certainly would have a ripple effect further into our communities. Talking a little bit about tax revenue losses for the state. There's about $2 million plus in withholding tax on Vermont wages directly attributable to Vermont Yankee. Sales tax losses based on our estimates of lost sales, you're talking about more than $350,000 in sales tax on direct purchases by the plant. And then over $1 million in sales tax revenue losses with the loss of purchases by Vermont Yankee employees. The Vermont Education Fund loses $5 million a year. The town of Vernon loses annual payments from Vermont Yankee of $1.2 million, Brattleboro $145,000, and the state of Vermont $4.5 million. And as I mentioned before, we can't quantify what the losses on the grand list would be. So those are just a few of the economic items that we've identified. Now I will turn it back to Mr. Morse.
We not only studied the economic impacts that this closure would have, but we thought it was our responsibility to look at mitigation steps and what were the problems along that. And I turn now to Barbara Sundag to walk us through that part of the report.
Okay. And thank you again for hearing me, and I'd like to welcome Senator Gannett to the room. Thank you, sir, for coming. So now what? The economic losses over the past decades are known and they've been documented, and the closure of one of our largest employers is also, the impacts of that are pretty well known. We can disagree about the numbers per se, but I don't think we can disagree with the fact that there'll be a negative impact when a large employer leaves. What is important, though, now, what we need to be focusing on is how do we work to mitigate losses, both short and long term. In many ways, I'm going to be repeating what you heard under the CEVEDS report. Stressed in these mitigation strategies are many of the objectives and strategies found in that CEVEDS report because they are economic. However, one of the things that this report doesn't say, and that we really don't say specifically, is that one of our goals has to be to develop a regional economy that is not dependent on any one or two industries. And I say that not just thinking about Entergy, I say that also thinking about our Dover area and our ski resort areas. Many, I'll go on with the short-term options for mitigating kind of the job and GDP loss is looking at where there is going to need to be some assistance given to existing businesses when the plant closes. One of the things that was discovered during this report is that Entergy uses a lot of local businesses and contractors. They also pay top dollar. While it may be while the work done by one business may be at the plant may be a small percentage of that total business, it could be a very large percentage of that business's profit. And so we do anticipate there needing to be some assistance for existing businesses as we make it through the transition. We're going to need to market ourselves again. We talked about that in CEVEDS. We're going to talk about it here. It has been said so many times, tax-free New Hampshire, that I think even we believe it. We need to figure out our own little jingle, and we need to say it often enough that we actually believe that as well. We're going to need we are going to need state resources for assisting in our economic recovery here. One of the things that the group is saying is that we need to, in the short term, we need to begin advocating for decon rather than a safe store, so that there's a softer landing for the region. Long-term, and actually this was long-term, and now we're hoping it's short-term, is the expansion of education services of CCV and VTC and UVM and Marlboro and everyone in this area. And it gives us great pleasure to see that may actually be a shorter-term goal. We need to look at supporting our startups. If we're going to try to attract those 24 to 44-year-olds who are going to be working at home, we're going to need to look at what kind of space do they need for collaborative working, what kind of space do they need to develop their own incubator businesses. With regard to real estate, it's quite possible we are going to need to look at homeowner tax credits. If we do end up with a period of time when many homes are on the market at one time, we will be having issues in values of people's homes. We need to look at our commercial property inventory and our marketing system, and that goes back again to some of our redevelopment issues that we talked about under the CEVEDS plan. The human capital loss, again, there are people, when the plant closes, there are professionals. If you are a nuclear engineer, chances are you are not going to take another job here in Windham County, and that's got to be okay. We can't fight to see, well, how are we going to retrain these engineers? We're not going to. They're going to go somewhere else. But what we can focus on is, again, retaining our recent college grads, in upskilling our workforce coming from our local high schools. One of the things that we need to start doing is promoting the region to immigrants and also and immigrant communities. The areas that are increasing in population are increasing in population because of the influx of immigrants. That is going to require a cultural change for the region and for the state. And we need to engage our retirees and our second homeowners. They are more than a source of speed ticket revenue, although we appreciate that here in Brattleboro. We need to actually start engaging them and seeing them as a value and finding out how can we keep them here a few extra days. How can we help them learn to move their businesses here? How can they become permanent residents while keeping their Connecticut license plates so that we don't lose that traffic revenue. The tax revenue loss mitigation. how are we going to do that? The only thing we can really do here is we need to look at how can we get other businesses, new businesses, how can we, by redeveloping some of our commercial spaces, that's going to help with our tax-based revenue, and we need to, again, it all goes back to focusing on how can we help who is already here, what the other businesses who are here, who are doing well, who've been good corporate citizens, how do we help them grow, and then how do we bring in new businesses and supportive businesses. Looking at, again, we talked about the comprehensive economic development strategy. We need to identify business clusters. We need to see if we have a business cluster of high-tech precision and manufacturing, what are some of the support services? Where do they, that they're getting, where are they buying some of their supplies? Where are they buying some of their other services? And can that be done locally? And can we increase the support services once we have identified those business clusters, which is why that CEDS process is so darn important. One of the things we need to look at is consolidation of municipal services. I don't know why they make me say that, but we do need to look. We have, we need to look at, and I know Senator White will probably jump all over this, we need to start looking at regional and county level services. There is not a way, when you are looking at infrastructure improvements like water and wastewater, no matter how unsexy those are, you are not going to be able to do that. A town of 1,000 people is not going to be able to do that. A town of 12,000 people doing our current $32 million wastewater project can barely do it. So we're going to need to look and see how can we consolidate some of those services. Fire districts and
form of government which appears to work in most parts of America for some reason never caught on here, but that's an interesting suggestion.
It was very interesting because people sitting on this committee don't normally think of that. And normally, if you live in Windham County, you depend on Brattleboro to provide the economic stimulus. And then you get to go in Newfane or Townsend or Dover and enjoy the good life. But the interesting thing about this discussion, there was really a focus that this isn't Brattleboro's problem. This is Windham County's problem, and we all need to step up to the plate. So it's a very different way of thinking for this area. Did I cut you off?
No, the only last thing I'd say is that many of these mitigation options, they're going to be further developed and also incorporated into, some of them will be just incorporated into the CEVEDS work plan because they fit so nicely and easily into that. Others may continue with the post-VY group or may become another task force. That at this point, the report's just done, and that's kind of where we're at. But with that, turn it back to.
So to conclude, the committee looks at this situation, losing a large employer, unlike any other situation in Vermont, that we viewed it as a shared responsibility, shared with the region and the state of Vermont. Yes, you could lose a large employer in the Northeast Kingdom or in Montpelier, and that would be hard on the community. But in this situation, here's a company that the state of Vermont has been very much involved in. So we view this as a shared responsibility. So some of the suggestions we made is that maybe some of the existing economic development programs, such as VITA, VEPSI, or the Community Development Block Grant, maybe this county ought to have some special way of receiving funds through those existing programs. But more importantly, we came to the conclusion that this area, and I don't think it's ever happened in the state of Vermont before, this area ought to be declared a special economic development zone by the state of Vermont. Again, a shared responsibility, where we get special treatment to address economic problems as a result of the largest employer leaving the area, whenever that might be. And with that economic development zone, we recognize that, as it was alluded to earlier, that because of the federal litigation, there's tax revenue coming into the state of Vermont that wasn't planned on. And we now know that the Olson Amendment, Some people are referring it to the Olson-Galbraith amendment, but it's the Olson amendment right now in the miscellaneous tax bill, which has passed the House and is now in the Senate Finance Committee. And we would urge, we find that very encouraging, we find that necessary, and we would urge the senators to support that and make sure that legislation pass. So we think we've looked at this economic problem. The area is struggling already, and when the largest employer is lost, this county is really going to be in deep trouble. But we think with some planning in the future, with some help from the state, that we can revive this community, and Windham County will be a very lively economic place. With that, Senator, we'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have. Martin, I'm sorry I didn't introduce Martin. Martin Langeveld is his talent in all this is writing and putting things together. He chooses not to speak, but we would not be here today if it hadn't been for Martin's handiwork. So I want to thank Martin.
Martin, thank you. This is very well put together. Thank you very much. And Chris Campany, is Chris here? Yes. You know, if you wanted to add anything, I appreciate your work as well as the others on this task force.
Yeah, you're doing the decon, right? Yeah, he's on the agenda later.
Okay. Okay, great. So is that the?
That's our conclusion of this part of the program. Okay, unless you have questions.
I think that's great. Thank you very much. So what I'd like to do now is take a break from our agenda, which will include a number of the folks that Betty and Rob have invited to speak with us. Senator Gannett is here, and we'd like to perhaps we can step in the front here in the center. Senator Gannett. Thank you. Would you come over here and join us for a minute? Is it hard? Would you like to just stand right here? Okay, great. Well, why don't we do it right here? And is Sarah Edwards and Mike here? What?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hello, Sarah.
Nice to see you.
Great to see you. Susan Keith.
Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, I
okay.
would.
So why don't we get everybody's attention
I'm going
first?
to just mention these other three,
Yes.
and then I'm going to read his.
Okay. Okay. Could we have everybody's attention, please? Okay, so I want to formally welcome one of our former colleagues, Senator Robert Gannett. I would like to formally welcome one of our former colleagues and esteemed colleagues, Senator Robert Gannett. Bill Doyle and I served with Senator Gannett for many years, and this year we collectively, and I mean every member of the House and Senate, probably one of the few things we've agreed on unanimously this year, decided to take the action of recognizing Senator Gannett's contributions to Vermont, to this region, to his hometown, and I'd like to give Representative Sarah Edwards an opportunity to say a few words, and then we will collectively make a presentation to Senator Gannett.
Hello, everyone. I'm Representative Sarah Edwards, and I live in District 3 in Brattleboro. And we had a number of resolutions this year. We were very, very busy with resolutions. Irene stimulated a lot of them. There are three that I would like to mention first, and one was a resolution to Melinda Bacino, and what a tragic loss that is. She was 1 in a million, and I'm hoping that we can find the 10 in a million to replace her, because a terrible, terrible loss to not only Brattleboro and Windham County, but to the state of Vermont. When you look at her list of the organizations that she participated in, and I hope that we can all step up to the plate to try to continue her efforts, her great efforts. The other two are Irene related. We recognize WKVT with Jason Gill, Peter Fish, also Peter Fish Case, and Gordy Baldwin for their extraordinary efforts during Irene. And of course, we also delivered a resolution to Tim Johnson and Kelly Corbeil from WTSA. We appreciate their work, and it was our pleasure to honor them. But my real purpose here today is to honor you, Senator Gannett. So I'm going to read your resolution. This was a Senate concurrent resolution by all members of the Senate, by all members of the House. This is honoring former Representative and Senator Robert T. Gannett on his 95th birthday. Whereas Robert Bob Gannett's presence graced the General Assembly during his 4 terms in the House of Representatives as the member from Brattleboro, 1953 through 1960, and later for 10 terms as the senator from Windham County, 1973 to 1992. And whereas when the newly elected Representative Bob Gannett arrived in Montpelier in January of 1953, his legal expertise as a respected attorney was acknowledged with his assignment to the Committee on Judiciary. And whereas in 1955, Representative Robert Gannett was appointed to the Committee on Appropriations, and his rapid mastery of budgetary minutia was a prelude to his service as committee chair during the 1957 and 1959 biennia, and whereas a keen observer of the parliamentary process in 1957, he served as Speaker pro tem while presiding over the House deliberations, and near the House's deliberations, near the close of the 1960 adjourned session, Representative Bob Gannett's final year in the House of Representatives, his colleagues voted him President of the House of 1959, an organization the members formed for the purpose of holding reunions. And whereas in 1972, the voters of Windham County elected Robert Gannett as their new senator, and he became one of the Senate's most esteemed members. And whereas in his initial senatorial biennium, Senator Robert Gannett sat on the Finance, General and Military, and Highway Traffic Committees, and in 1975, he resumed his role as a legislative budget scrutinizer with his appointment as vice chair of the Committee on Appropriations, and he subsequently earned the rare distinction of chairing this all-important committee in both the House and the Senate. And the Committee on General and Military Affairs, who benefited from his astute leadership as vice chair and chair while serving as chair on the Committee of Institutions. Senator Bob Gannett was a strong advocate, as was his late wife, Sarah Aldy Derby Gannett, of state financial assistance for the establishment of a permanent corridor for the Long Trail, helping to create a legacy that will endure for generations to come. And whereas during his senatorial career, his committee assignments also included Senate government operations, Senate transportation, joint fiscal, and his wise parliamentary counsel provided invaluable on both the committees on Senate rules and joint rules. And whereas on the morning of Sunday, April 26, 1992, Senator Bob Gannett concluded his long and illustrious legislative service when he offered the final motion of the 1992 adjourned session, directing that the President of the Senate appoint a committee to inform the governor that the Senate was ready to adjourn. And whereas his wealth of common sense, and this might be the most important, whereas his wealth of common sense, wise judgment, and concern for the well-being of Vermonters was always drawn upon in his decision-making progress, and his service in the General Assembly as an attorney and in the legislative community at large and the community at large epitomized the work of a genuine statesman. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives that the General Assembly honors former Representative and Senator Robert T. Gannett on his 95th birthday and extends to him best wishes on this special occasion, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of State be directed to send a copy of this resolution to Robert Gannett in Brattleboro. So with our compliments. And I have a final word too.
So obviously we decided to bring it in person, and here we are. Before we ask Senator Gannett to say a few words, I'd like to have the Dean of the Senate, Senator Doyle's been in the Senate since 1968. I'd like to ask him to just say a few words.
Well, thank you. Congratulations, Bob. I have to say that he's the creator of the Brattleboro Representative Town Meeting, which vastly increases political participation. And I'll like to tell you a little bit about his style. He never had any press releases, but the night before of a Senate meeting, he would read all the bills, and instead of having clashes on the floor of the Senate, he'd go quietly to the membership in the morning and say, do you think this would be a good idea? And so that was the Gannett style, and there's no one like Bob Gannett today, and wish you good luck, Bob.
Thank you, Senator Doyle.
That's your style.
And Senator White, one of his two successors, would like to say something.
Thank you. Since moving here in 1972, Bob Gannett has been someone I looked up to and have admired and tried to emulate somewhat. There are people in this state who are probably very unhappy with him because he was one of the people that encouraged me to throw my hat into the ring. And so I'm not so sure that makes some friends for you. But I sit in his seat 16, and I don't know if there's something about the seat, but when I sit there I can feel the statesmanship, and I understand what it's like to try to be the kind of senator that Bob Gannett was. So congratulations.
And Senator Galbraith, thank you for that.
Well, I've known Senator Gannett at least since the early 1970s, if not before, and he really exemplified in his career in Vermont the kind of moderate, common sense, nonpartisan approach that actually continues to characterize Vermont politics and life in the legislature, where we focus on getting things done, where you actually, party lines don't produce predictable results. As many of you know, I had a long career in Washington, and people have said to me, well, why is it you want to be in the Vermont Senate? And I say, well, God, I certainly wouldn't want to be in the federal legislature because absolutely nothing gets done. And the reason things get done here is because of the approach that was exemplified by Bob Gannett and, frankly, continues to be exemplified by Vince Alluzzi, Bill Doyle, Jeanette White, and almost all of the rest of my colleagues. In fact, not almost all the rest of my colleagues. So, Bob, thank you for being such an inspiration to us.
Just one more comment from, thank you, Senator Galbraith. One more comment from Sarah, because she read the resolution but didn't get a chance to offer any personal observations.
Thank you, Senator Alluzzi. What I'd like to say is that we're engaged in a process here where we're really treading on new territory for our region. We're looking to develop a sense of cooperation, a sense of civil discourse, so that we can get our work done here in this county and prepare ourselves for now and the future. And I think that the way that Senator Gannett, you have conducted yourself is a great example to us all, and I think we need to continue on with your work. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. I just want to offer a personal observation, and that is that Senator Gannett may have retired from the Senate, but his reach continued to influence the Senate. I succeeded Senator Gannett as chair of the Senate Institutions Committee. And during the ensuing 2 decades, we have really completed the long trail by continuing to make purchases. And every time we would do so, we would always be reminded of the legacy that Senator Gannett started. You may recall that several years ago when I was chair of Senate Institutions, I came down here with my then colleague and now governor, Peter Shumlin, and Senator Gannett suggested that we give serious consideration. He would never tell you, as Bill said, he would always encourage and suggest. He suggested that we look at purchasing the Latches Theater, and we did. And we actually helped the community to do that with a state grant. The Gibson River Garden Cafe, same thing. Let's have a presence on Main Street where people can enjoy the front and the back of the building. So his legacy continues, and his memory is still with us at the Senate, particularly those who served with him during those glorious years. So on that note, I'm now going to ask Senator Gannett, if he chooses to do so, to make a few comments, and we appreciate you being here today.
Mr. Chairman, certainly nobody told me that so many nice things were going to be said. So many nice people were coming to Windham County, and when I was asked to join, I thought I certainly would be glad to see some familiar faces. A lot of years is represented by the members of the Senate who are here, and there are House members here I know too. I heard Sarah kept coming out with the word "and." So I wondered when she was going to run out of that word. And I am just the one "and" that I thought probably was what they wanted me to emphasize. One of the "ands" was I made a motion to adjourn the legislature one year. So I figured perhaps you were bringing me in to do that again.
Would you?
But you're in good hands. But it's a great pleasure to me. The most satisfying years for me after settling in Vermont were the years in the State House. And I miss it. I'd love to be meeting with all of you up there. I doubt it, but you never know. But thank you all for being here.
So, here we are. Here you go, Senator Gannett. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. All right, well, thank you all very much, folks, and we're going to now resume with our meeting. Thank you. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, great. Chris?
Are these going to be helpful to you?
Yes.
Mike Hebert said he wanted to say a few words. You know. Oh, you've got it.
Okay, thank you. No, we'll take this one too. All right.
All little surprises here.
Absolutely. Okay, why don't we resume? Which one is Chris?
Chris is.
Chris? Yeah, you want to go next?
Sure.
Okay. Can we go with Chris next? One of you could just let him use one of those chairs. And Chris, I'd ask you to use this so they'll pick you up.
Sure. I'll go as quickly as possible. I have prepared testimony, but I'll get the Hopowitz.
Campany, Executive Director of the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Senator. In the interest of time, I have a prepared testimony. There's a stack on the table, but I'm going to really just hit the high points. Thank you so much to the committee for being here today. I'm here today to share with you information about two different topics. First, I will share with you some of the principal concerns raised by the Wyndham Regional Commission through the Public Service Board dockets about the process of the eventual decommissioning of the Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station. These concerns relate to the severity of the economic impacts of the eventual closure. And second, I'll share with you an overview of the planning needs of the 27 towns of the Wyndham region in the wake of Tropical Storm Irene. I want to emphasize that the Wyndham Regional Commission has not taken a position on whether or not the plant should remain open. And in so doing, we have established a strong reputation for neutrality among outside stakeholders. Through our participation in the Public Service Board dockets, we have developed an exceptional understanding of issues related to Vermont Yankee. When the plant eventually closes, there will be substantial economic impact within this region. The intensity of that impact will be determined to a large extent by the nature of the decommissioning process. What Professor John Mullen of UMass Amherst described to the Post-Vermont Yankee Planning Group as a soft landing versus a hard landing. Wyndham Regional Commission advocates for what the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or NRC, refers to as decon. Under decon, or immediate dismantlement, soon after the nuclear facility closes, equipment, structures, and portions of the facility containing radioactive contaminants are removed or decontaminated to a level that permits release of the property and termination of the NRC license. Under SafeStore, often considered delayed decon, a nuclear facility is maintained and monitored in a condition that allows for some of the radioactivity to decay, and afterwards it is dismantled. A plant could remain in SafeStore condition for up to 60 years, or possibly longer if approved by the NRC. Going back to our hard versus soft landing metaphor, decon would constitute a soft landing, SafeStore a hard landing. The WRC contends that prompt and complete decommissioning, or decon, would better support an orderly transition in the orderly development of the region, whereas SafeStore would likely lead to fewer jobs for an extended period of time and significantly more harm to the region and state economy. Entergy's own analysis provided through Public Service Board docket 7440 would seem to support our position that decon is preferable to SafeStore. As was noted in our letter to the Public Service Board dated April 16, 2008, concerning Entergy Nuclear Vermont Yankee extended operation, Entergy's analysis appears to indicate that immediate decommissioning is significantly less expensive than SafeStore under all shutdown year and fuel pickup scenarios. The economic impact studies provided by Entergy suggest that decon provides a stronger buffer against job loss than SafeStore and would be a better option for the regional economy. Based on the 2007 decommissioning cost analysis, the Wyndham Regional Commission determined that through the roughly 10-year period of actual decommissioning, employment would average 355 full-time equivalents. During the extended period of SafeStore, employment would average approximately 33 full-time equivalents, and that's a substantial difference. Uldis Venags, the nuclear engineer employed by the Vermont Department of Public Service, and my apologies to Uldis, I butchered his name again, noted in his meeting with the Wyndham Regional Commission Energy Committee on March 24, 2008, that decon is preferred because it would make use of workers who have been at the plant for many years and who have intimate knowledge of plant systems and history. SafeStore would not have the benefit of this legacy knowledge. We are concerned that SafeStore will be the decommissioning process of choice by Entergy in order to build the decommissioning fund. It is the WRC's position that Entergy Nuclear Vermont Yankee LLC, Entergy Nuclear Operations Incorporated, and Entergy Corporation should be held jointly and severally responsible for all obligations, including decommissioning to Vermont standards. It must be ensured that the decommissioning fund and other guarantees are adequate to accomplish the prompt and complete decommissioning of the plant upon shutdown. We also have a concern that years down the road, Entergy, like other corporations, may cease to exist or otherwise be unable to meet its commitment to Vermont. As a merchant plant, Entergy-held Vermont Yankee cannot pass along the cost to ratepayers. This is another reason we prefer decon to SafeStore. It is very difficult to predict what Entergy's capacity will be to pay for full decommissioning of the plant under the several decades-long SafeStore scenario. Concerning taxes, precisely how much the closed plant might be assessed is unclear and has been the subject of much speculation. Wyndham Regional Commission provided one scenario in which new construction associated with an additional spent fuel storage facility would be valued at about $100 million and taxed at roughly 2% annually, yielding an annual tax of about $2 million and a potential tax through the extended safe store of as much as $100 million. I will note, conversely, that the most recent decommissioning cost analysis prepared for Entergy Nuclear Vermont Yankee in January 2012 assumes that after shutdown, the plant property would be assessed as vacant land, and that they will be assessed a gross property tax of between $219,000 for 20 years or $533,000 for 70 years, depending on the date of shutdown, date of decommissioning, and date of final spent fuel pickup. To break this down further, Entergy's decommissioning cost analysis assumes that the plant will pay taxes in the range of $7,614 to $14,375 per year once it is closed. It's our position that the full and immediate decommissioning of the plant upon its closure should leave the site in a development-ready state. We must not be left with a new industrial brownfield. The WRC has argued that all structures should be removed from the site upon decommissioning, as Entergy committed to do in the MOU signed as part of the sale docket. The most recent decommissioning cost analysis prepared for Entergy assumes that site structures will be removed to a nominal depth of 3 feet below local grade wherever possible. Concerning site redevelopment, at last year I was asked, could the site be redeveloped? It is the position of the Windham Regional Commission that the site should be returned to industrial use. However, we must also note that the plant is privately held and the state's ability to influence the redevelopment of the plant site is limited. Furthermore, spent fuel will be stored on the site until a permanent storage solution is established by the federal government. Spent fuel storage will both limit the usable area and accessibility to this relatively small site. Decon, the soft landing, is in the fundamental best interests of the region. The manner in which the plant is to be decommissioned, responsibility for decommissioning and its costs, and the source of decommissioning funds are inextricably linked. And to this end, it is essential that joint and several responsibility for the decommissioning of the plant be assigned to the corporate entities that have sufficient resources to fully fund the immediate and complete decommissioning of the plant upon its eventual closure. Furthermore, the burdens upon the decommissioning fund, including taxes and the management of spent fuel, must be well defined so a realistic assessment of the status of the fund and the resources needed to fully decommission the plant are well understood and the complete costs are assessed to the responsible parties.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. Appreciate that
Sure.
testimony. What's that? Yeah, when we pass out those documents. We have copies.
And if you notice in the written testimony is a summary about town needs after and in the wake of Irene.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So what I'd like to do now is Betty and Robert have put together a list of folks who would like to share some thoughts and ideas with us. And I would like to, because we're running a little behind schedule, see if there is anybody who is under some type of time constraint that needs to leave. And Betty has suggested that
Number 4, Flat Street Business.
Flat Street Businesses is one of those individuals. And Senator White's noted that Dutch Walsh of Rockingham Bellows Falls Economic Development also is under some type of time constraint. So without objection, I'd like to hear from Elisa and from Dutch.
Just for information, her daughter was a page.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's
So-
right. This year?
Well, we've got
Last
2
year.
people with the downtown.
Okay.
Very
I
important.
apologize about the reshuffling, but we're trying to accommodate everyone. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Thank you.
There is a record being created.
Okay. My name is Alyssa Bonte, and I own a business on Flat Street in downtown Brattleboro. I'm not, louder.
That microphone is only for the video.
Oh,
So
okay.
you have to speak up.
Okay. So I'm not a public speaker, so I've written something which I'll read quickly as possible. My name is Alyssa Bonte, and I have a business on Flat Street in downtown Brattleboro. Flat Street is my neighborhood. For 16 years, my retail business has been on one end, and for 10 years, my house has been on the other end. Flat Street has it all. We have teens in love at the Boys and Girls Club and men working on machines at Dunkley's and Lynn's Motorsports. We have the landmark Latches Hotel and Theater and a brew pub. On Flat Street, you can get a haircut, see the dentist, the chiropractor, or buy insurance. You can develop photos at Insight or look at photos at Vermont Center for Photography. You can contribute to hospice by shopping at Experience Goods and get great organic food at Dottie's. We have Sam's that's been running for generations, and Adivasi that brings a bit of India to the street. We have drama at the New England Youth Theater, and we soon hope to have a circus school. Flat Street is a place where people congregate, a place where they wait for transportation, park their cars, or hang out with friends. In August, Flat Street was flooded. Cleanup began immediately. The Public Works Department did a phenomenal job. Each of us became busy with the reality of mud and water. Professional cleaning services and countless volunteers helped us empty basements and salvage what we could. In those early days, we were visited by Governor Shumlin, Senator Leahy, and our local officials, all promising to help us. News reporters were buzzing around, and I was even interviewed by CNN and the Weather Channel. That was 7 months ago. By all appearances, Flat Street seems to be fully recovered, and this is the public perception. The reality behind the scenes for most of us is quite different. 23 businesses and nonprofits were affected by the flooding. 3 of these businesses have relocated, one of them to New Hampshire. Most businesses were closed for 6 to 8 weeks, some missing their crucial peak foliage. Many are not operating at full capacity, and the restaurant has not reopened. In recent days, I have spoken with 15 business owners. The loss and cleanup costs that they reported added up to $2,267,000. Lost business was not factored into this. The actual amount is even higher when factoring in the remaining 7 businesses, the landlord of the CF Church Plaza, the Brattleboro Co-op on the other side of the Whetstone, and Sir Salsamo Lumber on Frost Street. Only the New England Youth Theater had flood insurance and floodgates. The rest of us did not and have been left to absorb the loss. Jobs were lost, and Experience Goods closed their second store on Elliott Street in order to consolidate. None of us took a loan with the SBA. Some became frustrated with the process, some refused to put liens on their homes, or after factoring in the required flood insurance, realized they were in fact not low-interest loans. Several businesses did take VITA loans. This money quickly became absorbed. Each business owner I spoke with already expressed great concern about the interest rate changing after 2 years and would most likely require an extension of the 1% rate. Some are still in need of more money in order to complete the necessary work to become operational. They need an exemption to the VITA maximum borrowing amount or additional sources of low interest rate loans. The fact of the matter is, we received a lot of information after the flood, but we were still in a very reactive mode and were thus unable to fully understand our options. Many of us were in survival mode and only now are able to think more about our future. Each business is unique and needs unique solutions. There is also a great need to address structural issues of buildings, and financial assistance is needed for that. Issues with the river itself need to be addressed. Grants for flood prevention and mitigation are needed. When thinking of economic development, I believe it is important to look at what is already in place to be sure it is healthy and strong. Flat Street has changed in many ways in the 16 years I have known it. There is more activity, more business and nonprofits, more evidence of poverty and drug addiction, and there is more violent crime. There is also great potential for growth, and 2 exciting projects are in the works: the New England Center for the Circus Arts and a green building that will house the biologic health care. Disaster hit us when we were already in a precarious economy. As a merchant, I can say the fire in April and the shooting at the co-op only compounded our problems, even prompting a New York Times article. We have had difficulties with our street light sequencing, poor signage, and as always, parking issues have led to a very negative impression on visitors and locals alike. Brattleboro seems to be Vermont's best kept secret. We have a well-conceived identity as an eclectic arts community, but greatly lack in dynamic and far-reaching, out-of-the-box advertising campaigns. We need funding for this and a more coordinated link with state advertising.
Well, thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for giving us this opportunity to present our observations. My name is Laura D'Angelo Lind. I am also a Flat Street business owner. I am part of Line Motorsports, and I'm actually just going to drive home one of the points that Alyssa made, is giving you a snapshot of the reality. If many of you in the audience may also be disaster recovery victims, disaster victims who are in recovery. Again, what she mentioned is that every business, the challenge after a disaster that businesses who are affected by a disaster present is how to help them. And the thing about business is that every business's success depend on factors that are unique to that business, whether it's retail, service, or food service. So what happens is in the disaster, you become reactive. And one of the questions that was asked of me, and even today I wasn't able to really put it together, is what was your loss? What do you recommend? What do you need? And the problem is when a business is put out of business for a solid 2 months, your priority, if there's anything left for you to rebuild, is to salvage your business and get up and running as soon as possible. And I have to say that there was, in the crush of the disaster, there was a lot of goodwill, a lot of effort directed at trying to help disaster victims. But what happens is that in the crush of the disaster, you can't really process that. It's now at month number 7, and actually as of month number 5, where disaster recovery individuals are able to come up and say, okay, now what do I do, now that I've got the business up and running? And so what happens to businesses in particular is they're confronted, most businesses, small businesses, are run by just a couple of people. They lack the resources really to devote an individual to say, okay, you devote yourself to finding out what are the resources out there. So what happened in the fall, despite all the goodwill and despite all the resources that were out there, individuals are not prepared for that. So and I've already discussed this with Barbara Sontag, is that there needs to be an opportunity to request assistance once people have actually gotten to a point where they can actually consider assistance. So that's simply just to give you a snapshot of what it's like for a business. And even there was a chaos of information. Once I did the FEMA application and once I dealt with the insurance, I came up for air and said, okay, now what are the local resources, state resources and local resources? And even the individuals who had contacted me, I kept that information. I called them, met with them. They handed me a whole plethora of information. They themselves did not realize that we had missed deadlines. And I don't fault them. That's just, I think, a symptom of the chaos that is experienced in the wake of a disaster. Lastly, one thing I have to say is because each business's recovery, which contributes to the local economy, their solution is individual. And one of the things that I found really outstanding is the Small Business Development Corporation, because what each business needs, if they don't have good management in place, and I can probably guarantee you most small businesses who are mom and pop operations do not have a robust management system in place that even has risk management plans in place, that they would benefit enormously by having like a caseworker assigned. But the SBDC, I have to say, with Deborah Boudreau, provided that service to me, and that's the word I'd like to get out there. But we need, as Barbara Sondag explained, a much better plan. Not in the first 2 weeks, the response was tremendous. We need that middle zone where now we're all coming up for air, we've recovered from the shock, what do we do now? So I simply wanted to put out there that reality of there's a lot of goodwill, there are a lot of great resources, but the timing of that needs to be reconsidered. And then lastly, one statement, now that I have an audience, is that insurance is dead in America. In these type of disasters, many of us, we are of a certain age, can remember the era where you pay your insurance policy, you have coverage, there's compensation for loss. With Hurricane Katrina, the reality of that era ending came to the fore. FEMA was put in place. FEMA does not work, and I won't go off on that bandwagon. However, what does work is local community. We survived every week by handouts. My husband's been in business for many years. Line Motorsports, like Alyssa's business, has been there for 16 years. Every week when we didn't know how we were going to make it, someone brought us a check. There was a lot of social capital, and this is what works in Vermont. The volunteers who came out to help us, and then the financial resources that came from unexpected places. that is the insurance that exists today in America, our community. So thank you.
I want to thank honorable senators and distinguished representatives for meeting here this morning to listen to all of us. My name is Francis Walsh. I'm the Director of Development for the town of Rockingham, Vermont. I've worked in economic development in the area, in the region, for 30 years. First, I would like to congratulate, and I also want to say that I'm representing Tim Cullinan, who is the town manager for the town of Rockingham, who could not be here this morning. And we would both like to congratulate the SEVIS group for the work they have undertaken and for the strategies they have outlined and for a set of measurable goals for us to work toward. At one of the early meetings of the SEVIS group in Grafton, Stephen Morse made a comment that sticks in my head, and having worked in this area for so long, his comment was, "This is the first time that I've ever seen a meeting that contained people from all across Windham region." And it was true. There were people sitting in one of the very first meetings of the SEVIS group in Grafton, and we looked around, and every single town in Windham County was represented. And I think what's important as we move forward, that every single town continues to be involved in this process. Before any thought can be given to economic development in our region, it is important to read the goals, objectives, and strategies this group has developed. The history of job loss in this region is very easy to trace. Mills producing paper, precision machine shops, employees such as CNS, and the impact of the closure of Vermont Yankee bring us to the point we are today in looking at a plan for the future to reverse economic decline and to generate long-term sustainable growth and prosperity. Although job creation is always important, we must ask, what kind of jobs do we want to see? What we have hopefully learned from past experience is that in the context of a national and global market economy, we can no longer think that a local economy will function on its own. The purpose of this session this morning, to me, was for me to bring to this group what my plan for economic development in the Windham region is. My answer to that question is, one, to work in collaboration with SEVIDS as a town economic development director, to develop a comprehensive economic strategy that will maximize our efforts toward achieving a sustainable economy for this region. To develop in the towns that I work in goals that are in keeping with the overall objectives of a comprehensive economic development strategy. To work toward creating a workforce center of excellence that will be the future for our workforce development. To identify priority industries in order to create high-value jobs, and to support wholeheartedly the creation of more and appropriate associate degree programs and technical certificates for our current and future workers. Most important is that I will continually stress that there is an urgency that we address a collaborative, sustainable economic development plan in this region starting today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dutch. All right, thank you all very much.
I just wanted to touch on something that Laura said. I just wanted to make sure I understood this correctly. What you were saying basically is that after the disaster, you don't really fully know your needs. It isn't until
exactly.
So it isn't until you're, I think it's a really critical point, and I completely understand this. There you are, you're cleaning up, you're doing the other stuff, now you're getting your business up, and there's some place in your business that's missing, and that's when you need the help, and that's when the deadline has been missed, or the information isn't there. And I think that's one takeaway, and the other takeaway is you get a huge volume of information, websites, papers, and how do you sort through it? And I can understand that completely, and I think that is a really important issue we need to address. So thank you.
We will follow up with both of you.
Okay.
All right?
Could I just follow up, because you hit upon, in trying to be brief, and I will be brief, is that I'm filing for an extension, and I also like to say he was omitted in the list of dignitaries who came to visit and statesmen, is that Congressman Welch did come down after the flood, so I'd like to acknowledge that. What happens in a flood, I called the office the other day. There's going to be tax relief. I'm filing for an extension because we don't know our full loss yet. We have a rough estimate. Every day that we're in the shop in our particular business, for instance, we take on a job to do a 1949 panhead motor rebuild. And he goes to one of his machines that has been cleaned and set up in the aftermath of the flood. It runs for a day, and then fire comes out of it the next day. The loss for every single business, because we're a small mom-and-pop operation that does not have the management in place to track all our inventory, that has a handle on the type of loss, it will take over a year for every one of these businesses to assess their loss. And that is why when you experience this type of loss, the understanding is you cannot assess it for at least a year. And I'd just like to thank you for hitting on that. Okay, thank you very much.
Next, we're going to hear about downtown retail, and we have, is it Caitlin Clark or Tim Chalk? And Timberly Hunt, and maybe David Hiller? Thank you all very much for waiting and for coming, and we look forward to your remarks.
Thank you for having us here.
A little closer so there's a good record.
Okay, thank you for having us here. Okay, so my name's Tim Chalk. As owners of Brattleboro Bicycle Shop, my wife Barbara and I have been Main Street Brattleboro merchants for 27 years and counting. And I would like to actually say, looking around the room, there's lots of faces here that I've seen hard at work on these issues. As Dutch Walsh just said, for all these years, I think some of them are kind of surprised that I'm still here. Anyway, I served on the Economic Redevelopment Committee and the Design Committee for our downtown group, Building a Better Brattleboro. I've also participated in the work of the Windham Regional Commission Transportation Committee as a bicycle and pedestrian representative. And when we made the first bicycle and pedestrian plan for the Windham region, that was my committee. I chaired the steering committee to do that. And for the last, well, since 2006, I live in Dover. I served on the Planning Commission there. So that's smattering of what my take on this comes from. Bob Stevens had his roadshow slides up here, and I looked at the goals and objectives, and there was a slide that said we need to create an innovation ecosystem. And I was wondering what that would look like. And I'm pretty sure what that looks like is a walkable downtown. You know, we're all really happy to have the tremendous success of Commonwealth Yogurt coming into our area, and I guess they exceeded their expectations. They've hired 60 people down there, and you know, that's the kind of economic development you're happy to see. But I think that it may be less of these larger, somebody comes in and hires more than 50 employees kind of deals, and more little startup things that grow over time that make more sense for Brattleboro. We have, that has been the model. We just recently had the news story of New Chapter, which is an herbal supplement company that's just been successfully sold, which started upstairs over High Street in Brattleboro in small offices and grew for 20 years. And before that, we had Tom and Sally's Handmade Chocolates, which is another award-winning business that started in a little space in an old building on Elliott Street and just grew. I think that that's likely to be a strong model rather than big people coming in. When I was at Marlborough College Graduate Center 10 years ago, I was pointed toward a little book called The Art of Innovation, which is the story of a company out in Palo Alto, California called IDEO. And from what I can see, IDEO must be one of the foremost design companies in the world. The Apple Computer and Procter & Gamble and all these. You know, when you use your toothpaste and you put it down because it stands up by itself, that's because IDEO thought that was a good idea. And I was really struck as a Main Street merchant reading this little book about how they do their process. with the story of how they grew. They began as a little company, you know, a guy and his brother and one other guy in an office a few blocks from Stanford University. And then the question is, the surprise is, what happens when they outgrew that, which happened fairly rapidly? The surprising answer to me was they didn't just move out to a bigger office or buy a building or something like that. What they did was they just went next door and rented another office, and another one, and another one, and another one. A quick quote from the book. He said, "Our Palo Alto offices are a great example of how neighborhoods and communities can spill into the streets. We started in a small office in Palo Alto. Now we've got 7 modest offices housing 160 workers, all within a few blocks of one another, spaced along pleasant tree-lined High Street just off Palo Alto's bustling University Avenue. And the offices and our workers enjoy the local buzz. We bump into each other when going out for a sandwich or cappuccino, small clusters forming outside an office. High Street has been called the hallways of Ideo." This used to happen all the time in Brattleboro. In fact, it still does, but it happened more because we used to have 100 workers at the Chittenden Bank, which is now People's. We used to have 100 workers at Omega Optical, 100 workers at Lion Travel, all of which have either merged and done something else, laid off the workers, or else moved out of downtown. And of course, you can imagine 300 workers being drawn out of your downtown, out of a 3-block area within a 3-year period has had a major impact on the businesses that are there. However, you're all welcome to, at any time, come, you know, out the back door of my bicycle shop when it's hot and stuffy in there and I'm working on a bicycle and I open up the back door. There's the deck of the Gibson River Garden, and you will see that the hallways of Brattleboro are happening out on the deck at the River Garden. For hours and hours on any sunny day, you'll hear people, or I hear them, I can't help it, I'm sorry, I'm eavesdropping, I'm working on a bicycle. There's networking, there's lunch, there's cappuccinos, there's, you know, business deals going down. All kinds of stuff happens out on that little deck because it's sheltered from traffic noise. It's right on Main Street in the middle of everything. It's a pleasant, human-scaled environment. This is a Brattleboro model. Now, I find it interesting that if you look around southern Vermont, Greenfield, Massachusetts, Keene, New Hampshire, you'll find that there's a population of people in Brattleboro. They like Brattleboro. They're hanging out on that deck. They're coming up with innovative ideas for the future. They will stay if there's a reason to and if they have what they need. From my business perspective, I deal with these people every day because they self-identify as a bicycle culture. I've spent some time recently over the last year. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay. Well, but my point is that you need walkable downtown to make that kind of demographic, the 18 to 40-year-old people want to stay there. And at the moment, the environment that we have with traffic, with the design spaces, and with the management of some of these downtown public spaces is just openly hostile to a bicycle and pedestrian community. And having said that, I'm going to hand it over to Caleb, who can talk about some of the people in that community.
Thank you. It's my first testimony. I feel a little underdressed, but I'll go forward. My name's Caleb Clark. I'm the director of the Educational Technology Program at Marlborough College Graduate School. I work downtown, and I'm a town meeting rep for District 2. So I'm a geek from long ago when the web started, and I'm going to come from the perspective of a geek that I love Brattleboro, and I want more geeks to come here. I think they're good citizens. They could be the settlers, the modern settlers. They have good jobs. Usually they make pretty good money. They pay their taxes. They're involved in schools. They like to walk. They're very green, right? They love culture. Because I love the town, I recently
asked 45 of my friends, roughly, on 2 main lists in New York City and San Francisco, professional geeks, what would it take to move here? And I have a report on that which can put you to sleep, so I'll summarize it with using the word C. Mostly I'm going to use the word C, maybe my name, because my name Caleb, who knows. But the overall picture is a receptive environment. Geeks respond to things in the news, not marketing. So we need to make the news. Geeks respond to other geeks at conferences who live in Brattleboro and like it, not advertisers, right? Geeks respond to bandwidth. It's a given. We have it, actually. We have enough, but they don't know that. A lot of them still think Vermont's on dial-up. They come to buy a house. You know, they can't quite figure out exactly the bandwidth. They say, I want 5 megabits up and down at this house. Anyone? No, it's hard to find out, you know. So I think I'll start with the C's. Capturing attention, making the news. Do something cool that gets down into New York City or Wired magazine. Give bandwidth away, something, give something away. Clear information, not marketing. Numbers, taxes, not flash. Conferences. Conferences help lots of small towns. Maine has some good examples. Come up in leaf season. Listen to some great speakers. Take the train. Some of them will stay, right? Co-working, all building to culture. And my last one, to wrap it up quick, backing my boss up, always a good idea. As Ellen said, education, I think education development is economic development, and government seems in a unique position. You can't force a lot of this other stuff, but you can do schools. So that idea with CCV and Vermont Tech and the public-private partnership right downtown in underutilized buildings, the River Garden seems underutilized, for instance. It's beautiful, but what a place for computer labs. And multiple schools to have a place you could watch and see student work. And the students will also park farther away, by the way, and walk. They're very tolerant. Tourists get, panicky and leave pretty quick. So the talent pool is a very substantially backed up with data and research of people like Richard Florida that you need the schools, and you need the basic CCV associate, all the way up to grad school. Of course, I have a self-interest, but I believe in school. That's why I work in school. You need a talent pool. And I think that's all I have. I'll pass it to my esteemed colleague.
Yeah, I'm going to read a letter from David. He'd like me to, David Heiler. Yeah, he wishes that he could be here today, but, okay. So I'll start by reading this letter from him. As a long-standing Vermonter and former resident and business owner in Jamaica, Vermont, and a current resident, let me just start over.
Microphone is not an audio, it's for the camera, so you have to literally speak up.
As a long-standing Vermonter and former resident and business owner in Jamaica, Vermont, and a current resident and new business owner here in Brattleboro, I'm writing to express my concern for the continued economic stability of our region. During the past year, I have spoken with countless Brattleboro and Windham County residents about the decline in restaurants, theaters, retail businesses, and affordable housing in the area. While there remains a healthy amount of optimism and hope among our townspeople and area business owners, there is a deep concern that residents of Brattleboro and neighboring towns are choosing to travel as far as Keene, Greenfield, and even Northampton to go see a movie, a band, shop, and or go out to dinner. With the impending closure of Vermont Yankee in 2013, a much-needed development, we may even see further decline in activity and spending in our area. It's no secret that Brattleboro, the urban hub of Windham County, suffered great loss this past year with a fire at the Brooks House and also at the hands of Irene, but the economy has taken its toll on businesses in and around Brattleboro as well. The loss of the Kipling Cinema and the closure of a large number of casual upscale restaurants and live music venues have driven traffic to other towns around us. Brattleboro has lost approximately 500 dining seats over the past year, including at least 3 live music venues and 3 popular nightclubs. The impact is worse in some of the smaller towns, yet these hardships often go unrecognized, as was evident during the flooding last fall. Jamaica, Vermont was crushed by Irene, and that, coupled with a poor ski season this year, has forced the closure of many town shops, while other businesses, art studios, and restaurants are barely making it. This not only affects our economy in short term, but in the longer sense as well. Tourism not only generates much needed revenue to our county, but also attracts second homeowners. That said, there are some very positive things happening in Brattleboro. The co-op expansion, the town park at the base of the Bridge Street, which broke ground officially yesterday, the skateboard park approval for the my own personal venture, the Whetstone Station Restaurant and Brewery, which will go into the old Riverview restaurant location on Bridge Street. However, all of these new and exciting projects need to be supported. New businesses can only do so much. We need increased marketing efforts to attract visitors. We need more job creation. We need more activities, parades, events, live music. In short, we need more reasons for people to come, stay, and play in Windham County. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you today as I am attending to the due diligence in our new business, but thank you for taking the time to come to Brattleboro and listen to us. That's the first step. The next is to help make us whole again. In appreciation and gratitude, David Heiler.
Thank you very much, Kimberly, and thank you all very much. So we're going to move on now.
I have a little something to say, if I could, really quick. So I wrote this brief, as a young professional, entrepreneur, aspiring architect, and active member of the community, I come to you today to express the opportunity in front of us right now. Regardless of the trauma we've been faced with over the past year and potential closing of VY, it is our job to prepare ourselves for the future rather than to react. At the first Young Professionals meeting last night held by SEVIDS, we sat around the table talking about the difficulties of starting and maintaining a business in this area. We talked about why we all moved here, and for many, sadly, where we will be moving next. The most interesting point we all came to was that we are all here. Sorry. I totally lost my place. We talked about why we all moved here, and for many, sadly, where we would be moving next. The most interesting point we all came to was that we all stay and eke our way through life because the quality of life here is unmatchable. Every one of us sees so much potential for improvement. We're right on the fringe, and we stay in hopes that soon things will get better. So I come to you today representing the young hopefuls and the believers, the people, as myself, who love this area and want so badly to stay, to settle down, to raise a family, send our kids off, and have them come back as well. As of now, this is unrealistic without the job base we so desperately need. Tech jobs. We need to make ourselves economically and socially more attractive to those starting, inventing, or willing to move tech jobs to this area. We need geeks. If we have geeks, we'll have restaurants open on Mondays, on Sundays, the need for good quality housing, and the opportunity for our retail businesses to survive in our wonderful downtown. How do we do this? I'd like to propose 2 projects which the market will never allow because the outcome cannot truly be measured. Developers aren't interested in endeavors that don't have direct ROI, so funding these efforts have to come from the state level. Idea 1, a business incubator in downtown with 20 desks, high-speed internet, and a completely open space with a conference room, nice lighting, and a weekly happy hour. The space partners with colleges in both Vermont and Massachusetts, maybe even New Hampshire, and trains people for current jobs employers are not able to fill. What a novel idea. How long have we been talking about this? Too long. Why hasn't it been done? Because it doesn't make money. But what it does do, it provides a hub for doing business, gives people access to tools and resources they would otherwise have to dig for, adds value to surrounding real estate, reduces overhead so businesses can work more efficiently, provides the social component lacking for many young professionals, and lastly, makes this area more attractive for new or existing businesses, even if they are not involved in the tech industry. Idea 2, access to the water in downtown. The Riverview, new waterfront development, all the way to the rear of the River Garden is prime real estate for Brattleboro and the most underutilized resource. I'm happy to credit the railroad with the holdup in the waterfront development, the vacancy in real estate below street level, and the landing spot for anything society doesn't want to look at, such as homeless people, substance use, and vandalism. So much potential rests in low-cost solutions such as bike paths and green space. Why hasn't it happened? Money to fight the railroad, and what's the direct value to whoever funds this? The value is indirect, just as the incubator is. How can you quantify quality of life, social interaction, livability, just like the arts? We know it's there. I personally would not have moved here without it. But how do we keep it running? How do we ensure we have the tools to prepare rather than to react? Of course, there are more ideas and projects, but to me as a young professional and local business owner, these 2 endeavors will improve the market in so many sectors and in so many ways. These efforts would achieve much of what is being addressed in the town plan. I would love to stay in Brattleboro and to continue to grow my business. Last night I met 15 others who are my age who want the same thing.
appreciate you coming, and thank you for your understanding and patience as far as scheduling is concerned.
Just right there. Yeah, you sit there as well. And Carol, come up, Carol.
Keep the mic close to you so we have a good record.
With my voice, I don't think it's necessary. I'm John Mack. I'm the chair of the Newfane Select Board, and I do need to say for official purposes that though this is a warned meeting of the Newfane Select Board because there was a potential for three of us to be a quorum to be here, the quorum is not present, number one, and I speak for myself, not representing the board of Newfane. I have with me today Gloria Cristelli, our town clerk, Carol Ross, where have you gone? There you went, she hid from me. And representing the Rock River Artists Association, and Mike Mayer, an entrepreneur and principal of the Manitou Project, a local nonprofit organization. With all due respect, I've noticed that people have in general been extremely polite and genteel, and they have been generally upbeat. I don't plan to continue that tradition. I don't feel polite and genteel in this moment. We're in a lot of trouble, and that's the first message I want to communicate. We in the Route 30 corridor, independent of Vermont Yankee being open or closed, independent even of the destruction caused by Irene. Prior to Irene, we have been suffering years of economic decline and are in very serious trouble. Every business proprietor that I spoke to, and I spoke to a good many in preparing for this meeting, had the same message, that they were in trouble. They were nearly on the point of not surviving. To give just one example, the owner of the Newfane Country Store said that their revenue has steadily declined over the last years, and then most recently declined seriously. They're working 7 jobs just to keep going, and a lot of those jobs take them away from their primary business at the country store. So, and they would be here today, but they can't be in 2 places at once. Okay. The Route 30 corridor is a stunningly beautiful section of Vermont, as anyone has seen it. It's easily accessible from nearby states, and it retains its historic sense, nevertheless, of town and village. Though it does not possess tourist attractions such as a ski resort, it attracts visitors year-round coming for a weekend, a week, or a lifetime. But for all its wonderfulness, our area is struggling through exceedingly difficult times. Business proprietors tell me the same story that I just said, I won't repeat it, and local artists and artisans whose work and whose studio tours are an integral part of the life of our community are increasingly challenged. New ventures, such as the one Michael will describe to you, see opportunity, but also face severe obstacles. The devastation of Irene has only exacerbated a problem already painfully evident. And I want to stress a few key items that I feel the state has some responsibility for. Your senators, we're not just talking generally. I've tried to be as specific. What do we need? And we need it now. All right? Number one, the coordination of communication of agencies is a state responsibility. We cannot do it on our own as municipalities. We cannot, one of the individuals who spoke, individual business proprietors do not have the resources to find the resources. There are, I am sure, resources available, grants available. I've gone to meetings where I've seen a alphabet list of agencies. They all know each other. They all know what they're doing. I don't know who they are. I'm the chair of the select board. Okay? We need to know. We need the state to take responsibility to coordinate that information and to disseminate that information. So I can go to one place, a website, a human being, a consultant who can say, this is the resources that are applicable to the problems that you're presenting. Otherwise, I could spend my lifetime on the internet if I had broadband access. Well, actually, I do have broadband, but many of my constituents do not. Okay? So we need that urgently. There must be a centralized source of all these informations, including nonprofits that offer services to our area. Otherwise, and I don't mean ours alone, but each of these municipalities, so that we can function, that we can find what's out there. So far as I know, there is no such thing, or at very least, if I don't know it, that's a problem. The second thing, economic recovery. We have seen funds come in for highway. We have seen FEMA come and go and come and go and come and go without seeing a great deal of money. But, okay, the problem is that's about roads and bridges and culverts. But for our area to function economically, I'm not just talking about pleasure, but economically, we have to recover the environment. And no one, as far as I can see, is addressing that problem. Our area looks like Mount St. Helens. If you take a ride along Dover Road, you're going to see an area that looks a little like a combination of Mount St. Helens and a highway construction project. And the highway construction is highway. Okay, that's got to happen. I'm fine with it. But it's not going to bring tourists. They don't come to say, hey, they bring their kids to see the construction vehicles. Okay, we need our reforestation project for southern Vermont, and certainly for my area, but I know hardly exclusive to our area of the Route 30 corridor. We need the state to take some statewide responsibility to ensure that. Otherwise, we're blowing smoke when we're talking about building business, because what are the businesses in the Route 30 corridor? Inns, bed and breakfast, country stores. They aren't going to get business to an area that looks devastated. And that's what's happened. And the same is true of artists and artisans. They aren't going to get people coming to their studios if they feel like they're coming to what's left of what used to be a pretty area. So we must include that on the state level. The third has been discussed quite a bit. I won't say much more about it, but certainly we need high-speed communication. We have been told clearly by the cell providers in particular that it's simply not in their business model to serve our area. It's too expensive, too few customers. Therefore, the state has to take some responsibility to kick up the funds. It's not just a mandate. That's not going to do it. Money is going to do it to push things over the top to make sure we get the service we need. We do not have it. The only time I've personally had cell phone service in my house was right after the flood, because a tower was put on a hill. And when they took that away, I cried. The final two things are quick. We need to promote the Southern Vermont brand. This is a beautiful section of the country, a wonderful section. We are full of wonderful attractions for all people. That advertising campaign has to go out. If we're going to recover, we need people to know we're here. Business after business said, where do we see our businesses advertised, and where do we see a state campaign that really hits people and says, we're here and we're open? You know, Brattleboro tried, we're open for business, but Brattleboro has a limited supply of resources itself. The state has an area of responsibility there. And finally, a lot of businesses asked me, said they really need consultation services from the state. They need coaching. They don't know how to keep their businesses going and how to grow their business. They're small proprietors. They get tons of information, but they don't know what's good information. So there needs to be some central agency in the state that is making sure that does happen. What I sincerely hope is that this hearing is not just an exercise allowing us to vent, but is really something that's going to lead to action. Too frequently we get nice words, we care, but it's sadly reminiscent of I feel your pain. We feel our pain, so we don't need anyone else to feel it for us. And what we need is concrete help. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Mike Mayer, who was trying to get some 21st century businesses going in our area.
Thanks, John. Senator, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm Mike Mayer, co-founder of a healthcare technology firm and the nonprofit Manitou Project, which builds community in and with nature on 300 acres of conservation land in Williamsville. Both Manitou and my work life support the goals of a sustainable community, sustainable local economy, sustainable lifestyle. I'm here to share with you the snapshot of a success story about how rural development can achieve these goals in our area by developing critical resources, economic, community, recreational, education training resources, together in a way that sustains the special, unique rural character of our towns. I'd like to propose specific ways the state can partner with local business community interests in these resource areas to tangibly grow our future as a community productively and sustainably. Consider two simple underlying principles. First, building community and reinforcing compatible parallel interests serves a multifaceted sustainable growth strategy. And two, prioritizing state funds for critical infrastructure and gap funding of exciting, multifaceted rural development projects already begun but needing match funds for successful completion can have significant cost benefit and serve as a model for public-private, state, and local collaboration. We have garnered investment from local businesses, schools, colleges, health organizations, nonprofits, and a host of community and advocacy interests in ventures that build valuable skills, create jobs, boost hospitality and retail sales from overnight guests seeking creative outlets such as from camp, outdoor recreation, education, tourism, and so on, as well as permanent residents. Two examples. First, nonprofit Manitou programs up in Williamsville this summer include building both a wheelchair-accessible trail through woodlands, unique to our region and to the state, by the way, that gives recreational options to nursing home residents, shut-ins, other physically and developmentally challenged persons of all ages, backed by multiple health, advocacy, and faith-based organizations. So one thing we're doing. Another is an architect-led design and construction project for teens and kids, specifically a fantastical tree castle on the land, giving gifted students from 3 schools in Windham County Career Center a wholly unique and practical internship in real-life skills. Both projects build excitement, community, cross-discipline interests, sparking new interest in our town as a destination for people from outside the area who come, buy lunch, stay the night. Prioritizing state funding from agencies such as Forest, Parks, Recreation, Health, Economic, Community Development, Workforce Development, to match the local funds and grants already being raised privately for such initiatives would optimize taxpayer dollars. Second example, such projects and the community that supports them attract people specifically who I'm talking to who plan to build one or more eco-villages, potentially in our region, in a compatible environment that is shaped on practical application of sustainable principles, might include things like cluster housing that makes conservation of most of their land economically viable. Now, of course, as you keep hearing, digital infrastructure is key to their site selection. Well, with number one, multiple new broadband user contracts plus capital contributions from those new residents alongside those of some current neighbors, those could attract specifically cable company investment. They happen to be the ones I'm talking to, if the state would match some portion of those funds. Now, this is something that could happen soon. I mean, I know we've got longer-term infrastructure for digital connectivity, but this is one way that you could bring it into our particular valley. So this 3-way partnership of consumers, provider, and state makes for a market-based broadband solution that makes our community ripe for sustainable development now and the future. So just in sum, strategic, flexible use of state funds to match community building investment already happening in our town would provide a measurable positive cost benefit today
and in years to come.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Gloria Costelli. She is the town clerk of Newfane. She's also a member of the select board, but she is now speaking as president of the Southern Vermont Watershed Alliance as well.
Really, what I've heard mainly today is from the top down. Can we get this money down here? And as the acting president of the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance, we're responsible for the rivers. The rivers have been painfully, sadly damaged by Tropical Storm Irene. And I'm looking, again, kind of down on the ground. Basically, Mike joined me, several of us, and when Governor Shumlin asked for the October 22nd Sister Day to Green Up Day, I put out the word to the Southeastern Vermont Watershed Alliance. I put it out to the Rock River Preservation, anybody who's been interested in working with the rivers. And we went ahead, and interestingly, we had about a quarter of a mile right after the covered bridge in Williamsville that was just full of manufactured debris. So we went out, probably 22 of us that weekend. We pulled it all up on the side of the roads, but nobody said, who's going to take this stuff? And as a member of the select board, I was getting a fair amount of pressure. You kind of organized this in a different capacity, but how come it's not getting cleaned up? So we finally had somebody take and clean it up, and the town got the bill for it. So we did, I know that we had somebody call Governor Shumlin's office because we thought, you know, it's only $400, but $400 for our community is money. So anyway, I'm looking to see that we can get some funding for nonprofit groups. And also, what we have going on April 13th, if anybody's interested in joining us, is looking at the resources. We're calling it, as our annual meeting, the River Resources Rendezvous. And it's going to be in the Williamsville Hall, where we had our center after the storm. And we're going to look at, it's a decade of service. But right now, we have to go back and get a baseline water quality monitoring. For a decade now, we've done that. We have statistics that are going to the state talking about hot spots. These are our rivers. This is our watershed. We're in Basin 11 here in southeastern Vermont. But Irene will have wiped out our baseline data. A whole lot of pollution went in. In order for us to run that on just barely breaking even is a need for $10,000. We have a core of 5 of us as a board who are a working board, and all of us working at full-time jobs. We also need a director, but we couldn't even get a part-time director unless we can raise about $20,000. So I guess I'm looking at people who said we need service to the businesses, absolutely. But we also need for, if our little organization goes down, then we're interacting with Rockingham, we're interacting with the Whetstone Brook, and we're doing the water quality monitoring. So please don't forget the little guys down on the ground doing the work.
I just say when I talk about business, I'm really thinking nonprofit as well, whether it's a profit-making or nonprofit business, we're hurting. Carol, this is Carol Ross, representing the Rock River Artists Association.
Well, I'm speaking for that little guy. We live on the Rock River in South Newfane along the Dover Road, and we were devastated in the storm. We were totally flooded out. And the Rock River Artist Tour depends on that area being beautiful, because not only are people coming to see the artwork in artist studios, they're coming to enjoy the beauty of Vermont. That's absolutely part of the advertising pitch. Well, it's obviously not beautiful anymore. And in good conscience, as a group, we can't even figure out how to position ourselves this year. We can't say, come and see our beautiful gardens, our beautiful rivers, because it's not beautiful anymore. John, I mean, the St. Helens analogy is just perfect. I don't know if you've all been up between the covered bridge in Williamsville and the Parish Hill Bridge in South Newfane, but it's nothing but rubble and guardrails where it used to be lush and green and beautiful. So our pitch to the state is to help us fund greening up that area again, making it beautiful again, and it will take bushes and trees and grass and I don't know what else, but we need consultation and we need money and we need manpower to help green up that stretch.
Well, thank you, Carol. So thank you for listening to us. Just to say, we can't be waiting 10 years for the river to heal itself. Our businesses, nonprofits will die if they don't get support now. Thank you.
No, I wanted to use the occasion to publicly, and in your presence, acknowledge our chair, because Gloria, as soon as I got out after Irene, I stopped by the town office and told me about the meeting in Williamsville that night. The request was for the cell phone tower. That night I called Vince, who really knows how to make things happen, and he got me in touch with AT&T, and I think we had it there in 36 hours and on Mike's property. So I wanted to acknowledge in front of you his contribution to getting that done. And secondly,
thank you.
Thank you.
Secondly, to say it isn't just talk. I mean, I want to say that we came here. The result of that was the money that we earmarked for this area, and this process is a continuation of it. And you don't always win in legislative battles, and so I can't guarantee the outcome, but we're going to fight for the $1.5 million. So that's how it is. And the final thing is I want to come back to the bill, which came out of our committee, which I, along with Senator Luzzi and Senator Doyle, co-sponsored, which is the telecommunications bill. It comes with $150 million. Our bill enabled that $150 million to be spent. Now it's broadband, some of it by cable, some of it by 4G LTE, it should be adaptable. I mean, the technology is going to be very advanced. It should be adaptable to cell and that kind of communications at some point in time. And that is coming, I think, as fast as it possibly can by the end of 2013. So I want you to know it isn't just talk. I certainly take aboard, Carol, Gloria, your message, John, about the environment landscape. Obviously, having been there that night with, God knows, it looked like a pile of pickup sticks. If you were an ant size looking at a giant child's pickup sticks right across that road. And there has been a lot of recovery, but your point is very well taken.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Senator White, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mack, I will offer this to you. This is not my field at all, technology. I'm the opposite of a geek. But, I mean, I may be a geek, but I don't understand technology. But I'm setting up a meeting in Putney, Westminster, that area, with Karen Marshall, who's the governor's person who's handling all of this, and also one in Dover, Wilmington. And I'd be happy to have her come specifically to talk to the West River, the Route 30 corridor also, so that she could drill down further into what exists and what doesn't exist.
Okay,
So
great. Thank you.
Contact me.
Okay, thank you.
Just one other comment, because we have a real estate agent in Newfane, and any number of times he has said people will come here, and as soon as they find out that they can't have a cell phone, if you're right on 30, you can get broadband, but they won't come because they can't have cell phones. And that's really significant. And we also had a petition come into the select board last year so we've been working on and talking to people, but it is cell phone.
Yes. Well, the VTEL project, just so you know, is supposed to use that new 4G LTE technology, and I think they've signed a contract with AT&T. So now they're going to do the permitting. So it's en route.
Is that with Sovereignnet?
No, this is
Sovereignet's been in the office.
Michael Guite of VTEL. Sovereignnet received a substantial grant through the state, and they're both working feverishly. As Senator Galbraith said, we did remove a lot of the
Yes.
Thank you all very much for coming, and thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Use that microphone.
Senators, invited dignitaries. Joe's gone. Betty, thank you for inviting us. We bring good news from Green Island. Where is Green Island? Well, Gary Fox to my left, and then Dave Bonta. We're on the board of directors of SVG, Sustainable Valley Group, and we're part of Green Island. Green Island. Well, it's up here in the wilderness. You should have called us in the 20s. When International Paper, which once had its world headquarters in Bellows Falls, left. And gradually most of the other manufacturing facilities went with them, to Maine, to northern New Hampshire, and to New York State. I think we've been through it before. Well, maybe we could have helped, but I wasn't around then. But we do have good news for you. I almost feel kind of guilty that having listened to the litany of problems with so many of our neighbors to the south, we do have a good story to tell you. In fact, we're calling it Good News from Green Island. It's on our website. I'm going to tell you who we are, what we are. I've just told you that we're in a little island, and truly we are. Gary, could you flip to the... it's a 40-acre island, the former industrial heart, if you will, of Bellows Falls. That's the Connecticut River upper, and the canal, as you can see. We're physically separated from Bellows Falls Village, part of Rockingham. It's a rail center, former paper mill corner of the world, 60 megawatt hydro plant underneath Fall Mountain. I think you're all pretty well familiar with it. You know where we are. What are we doing? We're sort of a Skunk Works economic development entity. And we were formed on the bridge of the canal on the 10th of October in 2010 as a response to Bill McKibben's call as part of 350.org. And there we are. We have an electric chainsaw, some highly efficient windows, some good Vermont beer, and a group of highly motivated individuals from the community. Some are still with us, some have left. We represent a fairly large constituency. They couldn't come today. As Willem Lang would say, they had to stay, or they got to get to work. They're still working. But in the testimony that we'll file, you'll see that we do represent a fairly substantial and significant cross-section of the political as well as commercial entities in Bellows Falls. I'm glad that Senator Gannett has left the room, because we do have a very different approach to economic development. He probably would not appreciate our approach. I've done quite a bit of work for the railroad, and I always enjoy in the permit process with the railroad when they're confronted by a regulatory agency that response generally is, permits? We're from the railroad. We don't need any goddamn permits. Excuse me, that's a technical term. In the context of studies and feasibility work, I probably could be accused of being, I don't mean to be confrontational, but our response is, thanks, but we don't need any goddamn studies. We have vacant buildings looking for warm bodies. So, Gary, could you switch us back to the island? We have master leases with 3 buildings on the island, and we've purchased 1. We have tenants. We've created jobs. And they're interesting jobs. Some of them are, Gary, next slide to interesting little, well, we also operate the railroad station for Amtrak and for Greyhound. That's a passenger train coming in. That's our station. Our office is there right now. We have 7 sidings behind us and some unloading facilities. Building on the lower right, I think some of you, well, no, you don't recognize these buildings, and it probably doesn't matter, but these are all buildings over which we have either leases and have put tenants in, we've purchased, or proposing to proceed with major renovations to them. This is 30 Island Street. It's former nightgown manufacturing company, dog biscuit factory, nightclub, restaurant, and catering. organization. I think the only thing they didn't do there, but they tried, was to have a crematorium. We have two tenants there. One of them is our partner, Sevka. Sevka's textile recycling and baling operation is moving in this summer. And we have a very interesting tenant coming in, R-Real. They were best in class for solar furnace. It's a wall-mounted unit that a 4x10 panel generates about 40,000 BTUs, a small fan. Would work in this facility. Gets cold here in the winter, mount a few outside. The action of the sun warms the air, the fan moves it in. It's not going to heat your house entirely, but it keeps cold rooms south-facing, cold rooms warm. Our intention is to manufacture them, or actually fabricate them, and hopefully in conjunction with an expanded PACE program, which we'll include in our ask to you, we'd like to sell and distribute those through Windham County. This is the Robertson Paper Building. It's about a 50-some thousand square foot building that was once one of the thriving paper entities or industries on the island in Bellows Falls. It's now operating at a fraction of its square foot ability. There is one paper printing company still in there. We do have the master lease on this building, and in the extreme southeast corner, we're building our biodiesel plant. Storage facilities are in place right now. The tanks are arriving. We have a Green Island Biofuel is a Winooski-based facility. It's operational. It's run by a husband and wife chemist team. They found that their facility in Winooski was a bit tight. They didn't have raw material storage. We have rail cars. They didn't have finished product storage. We not only have rail cars, we have an on-site entity that's very interested in buying the fuel, Green Mountain Railroad. I'm not sure that by this time next year you'll see their big GE diesel engines driving up and down the valley with a green footprint on it, but we may be ready by then. Problem is, you can't see it very well from these photos. There's no problem with carbon monoxide buildup in the building. The roof is allowing a wonderful view of the stars. We may get to that later. So this is a master lease building. Some of you may be familiar. If you came down this morning, you may have seen the solar panels outside West River Shop, right at the Putney exit. Those are produced by Sovereign. Sovereign, I believe, was originally based in Westminster and worked with Sevka, one of our partners. Sovereign is in a building for which we have a master lease on 21 Island Street. They have actually have employees there. 33 Bridge Street. I'm sorry, 33 Bridge Street. It's owned by Stuart Reed. It's one of our incubator buildings. We have employees. We have a tenant. They have employees. We're paying rent. Small story. These are the four properties. On this slide are the four properties. Two on Island Street, one on Bridge, and of course the depot. And Gary has assembled a quick run-through of the square footage, the total full-time jobs. These are projections. So this is this year. So I know that you've heard nothing but sad stories from everywhere else. I'm going to harp on this several times that we have good news. Betty, you telling me I'm running out of time?
No, it's all.
Good.
You can keep it going. That would be nice.
Okay.
This is great. You know?
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, you're going to give a great report.
Well, we do have some fairly extensive substantiating information that we'll forward to you. I'd like to turn to first Dave Bonta on my left, president of USA Solar. Dave operates 30-some solar and innovative green energy stores, and he really is the innovator behind this, behind the incubator. And that's what all these are. These are incubator businesses that we've developed primarily through knocking on doors and by saying, you know, I think we could connect you with this guy. And we're essentially following the lead of BDCC. They've been very helpful to us, particularly in the incubator model. Dave?
Thank you, Hal. Thank you all for having us come down today. It is good news. A lot of the reason that I'm here is I have been described by some as a serial entrepreneur. I can't seem to help myself. I want to start businesses. The problem is, as everyone knows, there's no money. And so we have to figure out how to start businesses without money. But there's plenty of passion in Vermont. There's plenty of infrastructure. This island, as Hal mentioned, has a hydroelectric plant. the thought here was let's build renewable energy products with renewable energy. It just seemed like a no-brainer to me. So some of the products that we have, can you push on to the runabout? Yeah. This is a human hybrid electric vehicle. I'm an owner of one. I'm a small owner of the company, but I first became aware of this at SolarFest over 11 years ago. This is the latest prototype. We'll be building these at the 33 Bridge Street location with hydroelectric power. We were able to get the cost down to a third of what it had been originally costed out at. And so this will be fabricated, and the next iteration will have a shell on it. It'll be somewhat like an egg shape. You talk about getting around, this is about maybe 8 cents a day in electric, and it can be solar powered with just a couple of 100-watt modules. So that's about all I wanted to say. This is just a vision of some of the things we're going to be working on, but we do have 4 other companies that we're bringing in: a biofuels plant, the R-Real solar furnace company, and then the Runabout Cycle, and then a couple of other smaller businesses, as you see, a kiosk, and a couple of other small renewable energy companies. But it could begin to grow. It could become what some have called a cluster. It starts as just a little incubator, and it grows out from there, right across the valley. So that's all. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, Gary Fox, and I just, similar to what Mr. Mack did in Newfane, just checking in with folks in Bellows Falls before coming here, have some news to report for business owners there. And I guess one thing is that you folks are familiar with Bellows Falls. Jeanette, Senator White was a development director there, and while I was asking around for stories, I did hear a Senator Aluzzi story of some of today's good news. The foyer in our Opera House, some $15,000 of seed money, just what the Bellows Falls community does when there's some investment made, that was parlayed into $2 million of investment over the next few years. And one of the good news stories was the Opera House today. Every night there's stuff in it. The town manager just implemented a classic movie night. The collaboration of 5 promoters. Every Thursday night they've opened a newer theater in the basement. Beautiful seating and acoustics set up there. Vermont Symphony Orchestra comes a couple of times a year. The CEVEDS, I also heard some report. I want to thank the CEVEDS process. What we're doing meets a lot of these categories here, and having the baseline set up and the goals where we can show some measurable progress there is pretty important. And hearing everyone speak today, it's like so many of the Vermont communities are really the same. The rural hubs with we have the downtowns and the downtown programs, and we face the same issues. And the incubator office space that Timberly was talking to, having the high speed there so that we can have the newer technology. The geeks, Hal was referring to Sovereign's incubator business there. Well, the reality is that not all the jobs are going to be able to meet that higher wage geek level. We do one of the 0.5 FTEs there is a minimum wage job, but the 2 FTEs, great geek stories. Eric Cooper and Teal. Sovereign installs solar panels, and they have a lot of big installations, Harlow's Farm in Westminster, West Hill Shop in Putney. And the bottleneck that they run into is, it's funny, but it's the metal racks to put the panels on the ground or on the roof. Having to wait for them, having a challenge of getting someone to design them to their needs for the specific job. So Eric Cooper is an industrial engineer. You know, how do you set up a small entrepreneurial thing where you need the welding capability, the industrial facility, and you can only afford to start with a few hundred square feet? So that's what we do. We Island Corporation has been generous to allow us to step up a process with a master lease so we can have a couple of thousand square feet, sublet a small amount, so they can get started with their software programs to design. They design the racks. It looks at the the sun tracking, the wind levels, what the snow load's going to be on it, what strength it has to be, and they design the racks to that exact piece of property and make them to the job. So they don't have to wait. There's no bottleneck. They make them for about half the price they had to buy them for. And they've tripled the amount of, they're now up to 1,350 square feet. So that's kind of the incubator model. As these businesses grow, there's an industrial park up the road in Bellows Falls. They can move into the larger facilities, and other entrepreneurial businesses come in. The PACE program, we have a educational kiosk in 54 Depot Street. So all the residents coming through, we get people from Westminster where PACE has been passed. They don't know anything about it, but here it's something where for positive cash flow, they can actually save money by weatherizing their house or putting solar panels on it. The principle is that they pay $1,200 a year in electric costs with PACE. A 20-year property assessment, they're all of a sudden paying $800 for PACE and no electric bill, so they have a $400 positive cash flow. One of the things that would be really helpful, that provides jobs all down the line with installers, training for installers, all of the, but in Massachusetts, they implemented PACE with, for commercial buildings. And in Vermont, we implemented PACE for residential buildings. And while that's a huge thing, if PACE could be added for commercial buildings in Vermont, it's an act of your legislature. We'd be right on it. All four of these buildings would be getting renewable energy and weatherization improvements with that program. So I guess that's a key ask. And we're looking at developing these properties. Some of them are in pretty tough shape, and there's mechanisms for improving those. They're done all around the state, the old mill buildings. How do you get them going? And so I guess just any support you could provide, even moral support, just that you're doing the right thing. Any programs that you saw that were that could be helpful. Yeah, just let us know, and we'll be sending a packet along with details of the projects. And working with VITA, I guess I should stop now. We're okay. Good. I have about 20 more minutes.
Yeah, wind him up. Everybody's probably wants to. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say something about Gary. Do you remember the young woman, Allie, who was up there the other day, who the potential hopeful for as a page next year? It's her father.
Oh, great.
They love meeting you guys. They say, the nicest guy is just so personable. They expected, the senators are going to be these big, scary people.
We're actually on a break, so we had a chance to talk to her. It's kind of fun, actually.
I just want to have, I'm sorry, last word for me anyway. What Gary said is true, and what I alluded to earlier. We don't have money. I mean, we've been doing this from bootstraps, and we're trying to make a business plan where these folks pay rent, but they don't have money. So it's a lot of like, okay, well, what can you do? And I guess that's my question. What can you do?
Well, we're going to take it all in and think about that. But as you know, we sometimes get things done. We've worked on some projects down there. We did the Opera House. We helped with the playground. Lefty Lopez, does that name ring a bell?
Yeah, so that was another thing. Just the business owners in town, they were saying, oh yeah, and we got we got $10,000 of seed money from the state for the recreation facility, and it was followed by another $500,000, and we built a pool and a multi-generational rec building.
We're registering. The wheels are turning. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next, Ann Ryder from town of Guilford. Appreciate you coming. Thanks for your patience.
Hi, thank you so much. I am Ann Ryder. I'm on the Select Board of Guilford. Guilford is a small rural town just southwest of Brattleboro. Although it's very close to Brattleboro, it has its distinct own identity. Whether you've been to the Guilford Fair or the Green River Covered Bridge or Sweet Pond, which we are trying desperately to save right now, Guilford has, as I said, a strong sense of identity and a strong sense of community. That was certainly in evidence during this last year when we had our 250th birthday celebration, which consisted of a lot of different events. Huge sense of community and tremendous sense of celebration. Guilford is all about both taking advantage of opportunities and creating opportunities. We have been working with Brattleboro, thanks to Barb Sondag, Steve Barrett. We've got a water line coming to Guilford. We are working with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust for new affordable housing in Guilford. I'm also on the Friends of Algiers Village, a nonprofit group that is working to renovate and restore our Guilford Country Store and create a commercial center in Guilford. So we have a lot going on. We are also seeking every opportunity to develop our community and strengthen it regardless of when VY closes. So that we have applied to Paul Costello for a Vermont Council of Rural Development community visit. We've got a grant, we have Vermont Performance Lab in Guilford, and we have a grant with the National Endowment of the Arts. So we are being as proactive as we possibly can, and we are doing everything we can to position ourselves well. I did want to mention that other than Stephen Morse, I didn't see much rural representation on this task force. And I thought I would love to say somebody from Guilford would love to be involved with this effort. And also I noticed on the list of participants that you had talked a lot about getting younger people, enticing them to stay in this area or come to this area, and I think they should be represented here as well. Most of the representatives were not in that 20 to 40 group. So I'm just going to say that Guilford is ready to partner. You had mentioned about not riding on Brattleboro's coattails. We do everything we can in Guilford to be proactive and both promote our community and be a collaborator with every other community in the region. You know, I'm thinking of my niece who lives on a mountaintop in Guilford and works full-time for a DC firm, telecommutes 40 hours a week, and she is, you know, just newly moved to this area. That's the kind of model that I've heard people mentioning this morning. Her husband still has to work in New York 4 days a week, so he needs that high-speed rail to get back and forth. And I do think a lot of great ideas have been mentioned here this morning about how to promote our area. But I would encourage you to get somebody from a rural community on the, well, that's not your decision, but to get a younger person on this CEVEDS committee and to represent the rural communities, because we're ready and willing to partner with whomever to put, you know, retain and strengthen our economic viability in this region.
Yeah. And I remember vividly the story of your niece and her husband as kind of a model of a part of our rural development, because there are many people like that couple who want to live in, I mean, Brattleboro has its attractions, but frankly the Guilfords, the Newfanes, Townsends, and so on also have attractions. And but what is key, just as you underscored, it's the access to a city. Maybe one partner is commuting, and it's the access to the technology.
Right.
And I have to say both are underway, but I think it really is very important. We have, again, we have a quality of life, and we can, in the 21st century, we can do what we really couldn't do when I was that age.
Right.
In the 70s.
Yep, we need to promote it, and as you said, it's underway, and we need to make people aware of that opportunity.
Yeah,
but
to some degree, once it starts to happen, they will talk to their friends. There'll be other people who will be able to do this. And I guess just a final observation, when people can telecommute and do that kind of work, it also has some significant environmental pluses in terms of energy conservation.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I just did. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it true that in 1790 Guilford was the most populous community?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That is correct. Thank you.
Is it also true that Guilford tried to secede from Vermont?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Entirely possible.
Well, thank you very much, Ann. Bill, we're not going to dwell on 220 years of Guilford's decline.
So next, Bob Spencer from the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. Thank you for coming, Bob.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I want to thank Betty and Ozer for including me. I'm actually pleased to be on this. Pleased to be on this positive side of this meeting. The other part was necessary, but some of us do have some exciting things to share, as we've been hearing. The Windham Solid Waste District is the regional, we talked a little bit about regional opportunities and collaboration entities serving our solid waste needs. We have 19 member towns. It's a voluntary municipal organization, and we are now in a stage of growth thanks largely to some of the initiatives happening at the legislature, including some new recycling legislation, which is coming. I wanted to just talk about some of the directions that we're heading and some of the opportunities. We are now looking at zero waste as a nation. The concept of generating a small amount of waste or zero waste, it's a goal. And we look at waste as a resource. The Windham Solid Waste District did manage a landfill. It closed back in the 90s and since was one of the first to recapture methane and make power from that. We now have a new company operating at the landfill called Carbon Harvest Energy, and they have a greenhouse growing fish and plants and algae using the landfill methane. We are looking to expand that methane production by adding an anaerobic digestion component to the site to take food waste and industrial organic waste to fuel that greenhouse as the gas declines, which it is, and they will need another source. We also have a synergy with the town of Brattleboro, one of the first towns in New England to embrace the idea of collecting organic waste at the curbside. Barb Sunday is here, but they have a contract with Triple T Trucking that is now considering adding a pilot program to collect organic waste. This would be a very large step towards recycling. House Bill 485 went through the legislative process in the last month. Both Representative Sarah Edwards and Mike Hebert were on the House Committee on Natural Resources and Environment, moved through in a unanimous pass and out to the floor, unanimous. It's now before the Senate. And this, too, would create a long-term opportunity for recycling organic waste and all sorts of recyclables. And the district is ready to take on those challenges. We are right now looking at setting up an on-site composting facility at the district to start serving Brattleboro's organics. Currently, the material goes into Massachusetts to a farm, which is at capacity. So one of the things the district does is try to work with our private sector hauling companies, and we're really excited to work with them to bring this new technology right to Brattleboro for composting and anaerobic digestion. In Vermont, Williston, through the Chittenden Solid Waste District, just opened a new composting facility. So we do have a model for a solid waste district doing this. The other thing we're looking at is putting solar photovoltaic panels on our closed landfill. We have 30 acres, and it's nice to hear of the work that Hal and his crew at Green Island are doing, and we will be looking for bids for solar development on our landfill. And we also are interested in an educational component. We have, through Carbon Harvest Energy, they're working with UVM, the Rubenstein Center, they've got Dartmouth College involved. Our concept, if we grow into anaerobic digestion and composting, has already been involving Marlboro Business Sustainability Program. Ralph Mima's crew, we did a graduate program feasibility study this fall, and there's some great educational opportunities there. We need a term for this, so in this fledgling concept, we've come up with the Brattleboro Bioenergy Park. And we have not discussed this as a full board yet. I have two board members here, Dora Bublé, who represents Brattleboro, and Betty Fry from Guilford. And I will submit these comments in writing. I just wanted to hit the highlights. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. And who else do we have then? Ralph Lima, Program Director of Marlboro
Yes.
Thanks for enduring with us. It's going a little longer, but this is important, and we're glad you're here.
And all extremely interesting to listen to, too. Senators, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for this opportunity, and thanks also to Betty and others for inviting us up to speak. I'm just going to read a relatively short statement and then turn the detailed testimony over to Guy Payne, Jonathan Morse, Tom Simon, and Eric Lineback. Thanks. We're going to cover a lot of energy topics here. Two broad areas that we urge the senators to aim priority and resources toward, with Windham County and Brattleboro in mind, are first, building efficiency. Our dependence on heating oil and vulnerability to price rises is extremely worrisome, and despite important steps, weatherization and efficiency are moving too slowly. The oil price is rising, burdening Vermont's economy and welfare. This is urgent. More dollars per gallon will mean ever worse health impacts, poor nutrition, and economic hardship, and a regrettable outflow of dollars from our economy. We're at risk. Second, municipal district heating. This would reduce oil dependency, control costs, and stimulate local economies. Northern Europe heats much of its built space this way, often co-generating electricity. Modern district heating is underdeveloped in the U.S. There are obstacles. Vermont could become a national leader for know-how, manufacturing, and policy. With the Montpelier, Springfield, and McNeil plant efforts in the fore, Vermont is poised. Several towns, including Brattleboro, have done studies and exhibited enthusiasm. By adding Brattleboro, a district energy backbone from northwest to southeast across the state could be created. Brattleboro is already a biomass town. Brattleboro could better attract and retain process industries. Community-scale energy investment would diversify our economy and stimulate training in businesses. A Vermont district energy backbone could attract international prominence. It could be a centerpiece of integrated energy and economic strategy. It appears to already be happening. But state government must show more leadership around vision, financing, and public education. Pieces are in place, including SPEED and the Biomass Energy Development Working Group, but more is needed. It's urgent to expand enabling legislation. But of these 5 current bills, I won't go into detail here, but H. 468, H. 497, and its companion in the Senate, S. 143, sponsored by Senator Aluzzi, H. 643, H. 675, and S. 170, none of these mentions district heating, although they do address a number of things that would enable its development. Please decisively address this low-hanging fruit. Signal determination and clarity of purpose. Irene illustrated what happens when vulnerabilities are not addressed. Citizens need to see signs of a resilient, forward-thinking, and prosperous economy. Give investors who respect and like Vermont more concrete reasons to invest here as well. And the last thing I do before I turn this over to my colleagues here is to simply say that just in Brattleboro, over the past 5 years, thousands and thousands of hours of volunteer time have been spent trying to develop some kind of community-scale energy system using district energy. A number of people in the room who I can mention include Betty and, of course, Tom Simon here. I saw Walter Schwartz here earlier. Bob Spencer has been involved in a variety of conversations around this. Paul Cameron, Alex Wilson, Michael Bosworth. If I'm forgetting anybody, there were a number of other folks in the room. Dora Bubelison back. I can't emphasize how much we did. We also spent some of the town's money and some CEDF money doing a feasibility study. And what I really liked in the previous comments by Bob was this notion of a bioenergy park, because that would dovetail very nicely with what I'm advocating here. Thank you so much, and I turn it over to who's next?
Yes.
Guy.
Yes, my name is Guy Payne. I work with SEPCO, but I've actually been part of the Vermont Green Initiative for the southeastern part of the state. And in that role, what I was able to do is to meet with a number of small businesses within the area. And what became very obvious to me is that there were a number of businesses in Windham County who have come to realize that a network of businesses, educational institutions, public sector participants, and community-minded volunteers working together with a common vision of promoting the development and deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency is an essential ingredient for the environmental and economic development. We are calling this an energy cluster. Now, we may have heard of different business clusters. Could be hospitality, but an energy cluster spans a much broader role than that. It touches bankers, it touches lawyers, it touches contractors, it touches energy generation. We're modeling this on an organization called Switch, which is based in Kingston, Ontario. They consider themselves to be the leaders in southeastern Ontario. You look in Kingston, you look across, and you see 83 windmill towers. Some of you may be familiar with the energy cluster in Upper Austria. They came and visited Vermont about 2 or 3 years ago. And they've also been over in Manchester, New Hampshire, making presentations on their biofuel projects. Extraordinary work. That's who we're sort of looking at, although Upper Austria is more government controlled. Switch is really a nonprofit organization. We know from experience that any support agency that is takes more than an hour to get there is of minimal value to southeastern Vermont. Going up to Burlington or going up to Montpelier just doesn't work. So you need something that is local. You need a local concentration of people who are committed to the commercialization of renewable energy and energy efficiency products, services, technologies, and processes. Biomass, renewable energy generation, home building and remodeling, deconstruction, recycling, manufacturing, secondary and higher ed, town energy committees, all of these become part of an energy cluster. We look at the energy cluster as being primarily a networking, facilitating, supportive role. And I think if there's one theme that I keep hearing over and over today is the value of networking. And I'm going to ask John to speak to what does that actually mean from a business point of view. But when we speak of opportunities, it's networking, it's opportunities for businesses to speak to one another, to learn of ideas, to make referrals. I get calls about who are green contractors. Well, who are they? Who do you go to find that information out? It's a source for information. Primarily, though, you could take that and simply refer it to the subject matter experts. Who would they be? You get asked, so what do you think of spray foamed insulation? Well, we've known of people who go to Google, and then there's tons of information. So who's the third-party person you can refer people to so that they have a little bit more confidence in the decisions that they make? While supporting, primarily being a networking and facilitating organization, there will be some small projects that I think we will be engaged with. But primarily the role is how do we get people together and how do we keep them linked? But I want to turn it over to Jonathan and just give some examples as to, so what is this networking thing?
Yeah. Jonathan. Hi, I'm Jonathan Morse. I live in Marlborough. I've been a building contractor for 30 years. My main interest in the energy cluster idea is from my point of view as an employer and a business owner, trying to find ways to get qualified help, which is very difficult in this area. Most of the people that we have working for us actually are college educated to some degree or other. Some actually have master's degrees, and then they decide they want to work with their hands. So that's a good thing. What we don't have is, what we don't have is a really good network with regional educational institutions, and I think that it would be really helpful to have businesses working with the Career Center. I know that the Career Center has been very involved with energy efficient construction, and that can only be made better by more collaboration. One of the, and I also just wanted to touch on what Guy was suggesting that I do. I was very impressed when we went up to this conference that Switch had in Kingston. There were lawyers, bankers, realtors, utility officials, right down the line. Academicians, people like me, who are all working together, meeting together once a month, sharing their expertise, making connections so that when a need arises, people know where to go, or they know where to go to find out where to go. And so that's what we're very impassioned about. And I feel like I'm elaborating on things everybody's been saying all morning. But I mean, that's very exciting because I think that Windham County could be a real center for renewable energy production and distribution. And that would be a really good replacement for Yankee. We'll have lots of good jobs for these engineers and for everybody else down the future. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Just want to give you a quick summary of some of the accomplishments anyway, and then we can just go on. We have, where are we in terms of our structure? We have formed, there is a steering committee that will begin giving sort of the direction to how do we structure ourselves, what are the projects. We will be setting up, that's one. Two is that as a result of Irene, it became real clear that contractors and people who are involved with remodeling and building do not have the kind of knowledge of building science to really address moisture management. That's the elephant in the living room. And so working with Building Green here in Brattleboro and Peter Yost, we put on and put on a program on advanced building science and advancing green buildings. We now have 40 contractors trained who've been exposed to this level of learning in terms of building science.
What is that called again?
Oh, it's a long title course, but it's advancing.
Moisture management in building construction. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's a
big deal.
That's a big deal. Yeah.
I mean, he's the pro. I didn't realize that. How did that sort of rise to the level?
Because of all the problems that have evolved from energy efficient construction without people understanding the consequences of how they were building. We're going to be involved in the mitigation of a project that was built by a homeowner, self-built, where the way the wall was built means that there's actual moisture freezing during the winter and then melting out onto the floor in the spring. And it's not that it's not a well-insulated house. It's that the design of the construction of the wall is improper. So anyway, that's just an example.
Yeah. And so my name is Guy Payne, P-A-Y-N-E. All right. These contractors, this cohort group, are so committed to doing the right thing that we will now be meeting once a month, where they will talk about their mysteries and their challenges. So the cluster will be facilitating that. One is I've been involved with Vermont Green. So my role has been networking with businesses to begin seeing how do we upgrade the current skill levels and meeting the current demands.
Are you getting any help from organizations which are either state or quasi-state, like Efficiency Vermont, any of that stuff coming?
No.
Are you participating in any?
The contractors get help from Efficiency Vermont.
Right.
There's no, other than the conference that they have in Burlington every year, there's, well, occasionally there will be an update on rigs and stuff like that. But the reason I'm interested in this is because I'm so busy with keeping my employees busy and keeping my customers happy that I don't have time to network with other people. And I'm looking forward very much to our monthly meetings where we're going to have people who are all on the same page in terms of building science. And I know that seems like a sort of a highfalutin term, but it really is. I mean, we're getting to the point in buildings that we have to be very scientific about it.
Great.
Yes, I'm Tom Simon. Thank you, Betty and Bob, and for your endurance. As you can see, we like to talk, but I'm going to try and be brief. Okay. I'm a co-coordinator of Co-op Power here in southern Vermont, which is helping to put a 30-kilowatt array on the new Brattleboro Food Co-op building. Like many people in this room, I wear a number of different hats. I sit on a number of different energy committees, as well as the Brattleboro Thermal Utility Board with Ralph and numerous others. But we wanted to just take a few minutes to talk about industrial hemp this morning, because this is a building material that could mitigate a lot of the moisture problems that these guys have been talking about. And it's being used in other countries. Europe, England is doing a lot with it, Canada. And my partner and I, Emily Payton, have formed a small startup company called Hempfully Green that is geared towards building homes and buildings with industrial hemp. We're working with a company called American Lime Technology, which is based in Chicago, that is importing the materials right now.
What's the component? I mean, is it the insulation? Is it the wall? Is it wall? Is the wall insulation?
The wall, yeah, the wall material. You can actually form this material right around a 2x4 construction. And this is the interior of the hemp plant. It's called the hurd or shiv. And this is the throwaway part of the plant. It used to be burned in the field just to get rid of it until they found that because of its very absorbent nature, it could be used for animal bedding, and it could also be used to build homes. So it's combined with lime and water. And it has many great properties. And Emily, would you like to just say a few words about some of those?
Would you use the mic and sort of face that way? There you go. Perfect.
You wouldn't use a vapor barrier with this. The moisture travels through, which is very important. And also, it uses about 75% less fuel to heat buildings like this. They're building in England with homes, they're not even putting in heating systems, or they're using very small amount of heat. So moving forward with industrial hemp is extremely valuable for Vermont. It's extremely valuable as a leadership role in the environmental crisis that we have. So I made these short videos because Betty has asked me not to talk. Well, actually, see these cars?
Yeah.
See, this car is a prototype built from industrial hemp. The sheathing is from industrial hemp.
Mm-hmm.
We could be building those bicycles. We could be building anything plastic with industrial hemp. And these are other products. I brought these for you. This is some paper made from hemp. It's time. It's high time we went back to industrial hemp. And let's see, I put everything on there. This is what a hemp field looks like.
Edison was a pioneer in industrial. You know, I was on a VPR show many years ago promoting the legislation, and obviously it's in conflict with federal law. That's the issue. So we did pass the bill, but it doesn't take effect until the feds make it lawful. Is that the gist of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the things that we're really excited about is that we have linked up with a farmer, a cooperative over in Shaftsbury, Vermont, that has been growing sweet sorghum for fuel organically. And sweet sorghum is very similar to industrial hemp. And they have proprietary machinery that they're using right now. So they could start growing it. processing it and utilizing it and actually making a profit on it. So we have the capability right now, and the best thing about this is it's duplicatable. This could be being done all over Vermont, all over the country for that matter. But the one issue is the federal regulation. And I have Eric Lineback here, who lives in Dummerston, who's been associated with Vote Hemp, that just wanted to give a brief overview of where his efforts are at.
Can I ask, sure. Why is this legal? I mean, I don't know, but the problem is you can smoke it, right? And so
No. We have been for the last year educating people about industrial hemp.
That's the issue.
Why is this legal?
We can import it. We can't grow it. We want to build. We're going to build with it. But we can import it from Canada. We want to build the local. And if you want to put a torch to this is put a torch to. It doesn't light. The fire insurance goes down. So this is really important to move forward with.
So you can grow it in Canada, but you can't grow it here.
Correct. Well, Vermont says yes.
No, I
We just have to
understand.
have the courage to go forward and say we're going to do the right thing, where the DEA has phony policy, wrong policy.
On many things.
All right.
Jump in, Aaron. On that note,
You better jump in now.
Save Jeanette White before she says anything else.
It only helps her here.
Right. Well, so my name is Eric Lineback. Live in Dummerston. I've been working on this issue for about 16 years now. Vote Hemp is a national leading organization, nonprofit that works on hemp advocacy, trying to change the state and federal laws so that our farmers can once again grow hemp. Hemp was a major commodity in this country and around the world until pretty much just recently in the grand scheme of things. So the reason those products are not illegal is because the hemp plant is different from the marijuana plant. They are related, different species. You guys know this because, yeah, exactly. So I know Mr. Galbraith was not, but so two very different species, like a German Shepherd and a poodle, and you can measure that. It's based on
Sled dog.
Whatever analogy you want, it makes the point. So we've been working on this issue for a long time, and there's currently federal legislation, H.R. 1831. This is actually the 7th year there's been active federal legislation, 4 different bills, each going 2 years. Has not ever made it so much out of committee, even gotten a committee hearing. And where do you think that bill sits? It sits in a judiciary subcommittee on crime, terrorism, and homeland security. This is an agricultural issue. This is not a drug or crime issue. This is an economic development issue. This is a jobs issue. This is a health and an environment issue, and you guys know this. So the feds aren't moving on this. There have been certain folks trying. This current bill has over 30 co-sponsors, but it's not moving anywhere. And with the federal government's unwillingness or inability to push this issue forward, it's really up to the states to continue doing.
If we remove the prohibition, the effective date of the bill, it doesn't take effect until the feds authorize it. If we remove that effective date, would you grow it and take a chance that?
There are farmers here ready and willing. Absolutely.
Notwithstanding the federal.
That there are farmers that we personally know that would be willing to take that risk, and that will then, of course, depending on what action the feds may or may not take, will lead us to a lawsuit opportunity. By the way, hemp foods, you can go to the co-op and buy all sorts of stuff right now. Waffles, bread, ice cream, substitute milk, substitute clothing. Of course, my pants are made out of hemp. There was a store here in town that unfortunately just recently closed because of general economic.
So I think we get the drift of the Senator Gore.
Yep.
Three quick questions.
Yep.
To Emily, are you running for governor again?
Yes, I am.
Number 2, is that a hemp?
Sure. Yes, it is.
Okay, and is it true that Peter Welch is a co-sponsor of legislation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I want to quickly read Senator.
Emily, would you see, can you get a hemp person?
I did get a burqa. And
Absolutely.
no, I don't want to get a hemp burqa, but I would like to get a hemp car. And I would like to get hemp building going. I would like to get hemp on trailers, you know, those old trailers. I want to make hemp homes for people where they use less fuel and don't have chemical issues.
I want to make that shell out of hemp.
Yes.
We need to talk.
So what we are proposing is for a pilot program here in Vermont, if we could get a waiver similar to the waiver that Vermont is requesting for health care, similar to the exemption for small hydro permitting that I think you have sponsored legislation for. So a waiver for industrial hemp. So that we could go forward in a pilot program and show the federal government that all of the worries that they are building up as a case against growing hemp are not there.
Right.
And
We got you. All right. Anyone else?
I just, to your point about the actual law, I want to quickly read the last, as you pointed out, there are three ways this bill, the Department of Agriculture will be able to actually put regulations in place and start issuing licenses. One is if the Congress changes the law or changes their, makes an exception, et cetera. The other is if the DEA reinterprets the law to allow hemp. Right. And they have the ability to do that. The third, this is what's interesting, and I'm going to read it here so I get it exactly right. It says, or the DEA takes affirmative steps to approve or deny a permit sought by the holder of a license to grow industrial hemp in another state. Well, that situation exists. There are two farmers, the only state, the 9 states that legalized hemp, including Vermont. The only state that's actually gone through the process of promulgating regulations and issuing licenses is North Dakota, and I believe you actually had some folks from North Dakota testifying when this bill was in process. So their law originally required a DEA permit. They changed that after they realized the DEA was going to drag their feet. They applied for it. So 2 farmers applied in 2007. Still haven't gotten an answer from the DEA. That, of course, was to plant hemp in 2007. They each spent $3,500 or so in application fees. The DEA cashed those checks. I would argue that by the mere act of cashing those checks, that is taking affirmative steps to approve or deny an application. Vermont can get this going.
Okay. Thank you all very much. Very
We needed that, huh?
I'm afraid I'm not going to stay to hear your spiel.
Aww.
Have a seat, babe. Peg Farba.
So why don't you guys have a seat?
Here you go, Peg. For what?
Accompanying me.
That's quite all right.
Okay, Peggy and Mike.
Yes.
So folks, we're going to continue. We have 2 more groups to hear from. Go ahead.
Thank you, senators and community leaders, and my representative, Mike Hebert. My name is Peggy Faraba. I'm with a company in Vernon called Vermont Wood Studios, and I'm here to quickly shine a light on Vermont's wood furniture industry.
probably most people, even in Vermont, don't know this, but Vermont is the fine furniture capital of our country, and I think that it's a good resource for us as far as an economic engine for activity. A lot of people think North Carolina is still the furniture capital of the country, but those companies all went overseas about 30 years ago. And in Vermont, all of our big companies stayed here with one exception, Ethan Allen. But we've still got Copeland, we've still got Pompey, we've still got Linden. And my company, Vermont Wood Studios, represents those companies and others online. What we're trying to do is leverage Vermont's green brand and bring Vermont furniture into the homes across the country and around the world. The only thing that's really slowing us down is we're a small company. We have been doubling our size for every year for the last 3 years, and we may not do that this year because we're getting bigger every year and it's harder, but we're still going to continue to grow. And I think it's an industry that should not be overlooked when you're searching for an economic engine. We have the wood in Vermont, we have the green brand, we have the capacity, we have the facilities to do it, and we also have this tech population which can make companies like mine grow. We're an online company, so we require a lot of technology to build our website and get our message out to people across the country and around the world. But we currently do sell a few things internationally, but California is, for example, the largest customer of ours. And probably because they're a little bit ahead of everybody else in their desire to buy green products. But what we could use is a little bit of a hand. We've done everything ourselves. We started a few years ago in my spare bedroom, and once we had 6 or 8 people in there, we had to move out. And we're in a slightly bigger commercial space, but we're looking to build or renovate a local place that will be a flagship for Vermont furniture, Vermont fine furniture, and also be kind of an environmental learning center for our customers in New York and Boston who want to come and visit us now, but we don't have enough of a facility for me to tell them, come and you'll be so glad you did. So we're looking for a bigger facility. We can probably do that on our own. It'll be a couple years before we'll be big enough to be able to afford that. If we had some funding pumped into either the industry through the Vermont Wood Manufacturing Association for promotion or into our business for promotion, it would give us a jump start. And we're well positioned right now because the economy is starting to come back, and our industry, furniture, follows the housing industry. So when the housing industry starts coming back, we want to be positioned to really get Vermont in there and get our message out. But our state is, I would have no problem defending this. It is the fine furniture capital of the country, and we need to take advantage of that resource.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you folks for coming down and making the trip. And I must say we're very proud in Vernon of Peg's company and the way they're growing and all that they're doing. We're famous for Vermont Yankee, but we'd like to also be famous for Vermont Wood Studio and other businesses that may come to town. Right now what we have is Yankee, Peg, the country store, and some farms. But we'd like to grow. But what I'd really like to speak to is what's going on in the county. Vermont Yankee is here and it is running, but it will close. But if you consider that it is here and it is running, and we are on such economic hard times, we need economic development badly. Whether Vermont Yankee stays open for a year, 2 years, closes next week, doesn't matter. We're struggling here, and we need some help. I'm very pleased to see that these folks in Sevid, Jeff and his crew, are doing so much to revitalize Windham County and addressing the needs of many people. I think the most positive thing for me that has occurred is the thought of Vermont Yankee has focused attention on our economic problems. And as a result of that, we've transcended politics. There have been many people that have been shocked to see Sarah and Edwards and I sitting together and sitting in the same room and working together on projects, because on many issues we may differ. But on the issues of what is economically viable for Windham County, there is no difference. And I'm finding that throughout the legislature and the Windham County delegation. We are totally committed to making Windham County economically vibrant once again. I'm not going to go over all that was said today. I do think there is a positive story here. There's some negative information, but it is a positive story. People are working hard, and I do believe we will be successful. The one thing I want to address as far as Yankee closing would be the impact to the educational system, and people don't really address that very much. I look at Vernon. We're one of the very few schools in the state that is realizing a growth in student population. If Yankee were to close, there are 70 families, 61 students that we know would leave. That would devastate our school, and that would have a ripple effect throughout the county, because we're not the only community in which VY employees live. So our schools would be negatively impacted, and as we all know, it's very difficult to find school equity and financing and things like that, and it would trigger some severe ramifications. So what I'm really hoping for is that we continue to work as legislators on public policies that address a statement that I hear frequently that I want to stop hearing, that is from business owners in Windham County. Do you realize what I see out my window? And when you say, what is it? They say New Hampshire. What I want us to do is establish policies, public policies and legislation that makes them turn their back on that window and look inward towards Vermont. That's what we need to do, and that's about all I have to say for today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mike, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I just very briefly say, look, the New Hampshire things, you know, I frankly get sick of it. We're not New Hampshire. We don't have the crappy services they have. You know, they don't have any taxes. They don't have any services. We are never going to compete that way. And so that's just not, can't be part of an economic strategy. We can't talk about, you know, cutting taxes. We're just not going to go there. What we have to offer is our community and our quality of life and our environment. And that's how we compete. I mean, it's a fundamental point of economics of relative advantage, and that's what ours is. And we shouldn't try to do anything different. It can't be done.
Well, I think there may be differing points, but that's for another day.
Thank you.
Next is Lee Edwards from the town of Halifax. And perhaps Maggie Barton-Hagen, is she with you? Is that right? Great. Nice to see you folks. Thanks for sticking it out.
Thank you for sticking it out. Well, Senators, thank you for coming today. Again, my name is Edie Edwards. I am the Vice Chair of the Halifax Select Board, but I am here sort of speaking a little bit off the cuff from what I spoke with them about, so I'm going to say I'm representing myself as well. And I think one of the things that is interesting is I'm one of the people who came to Vermont and chose to come from a second homeowner perspective, was sitting on my porch and said, my God, I want to live here. So my husband and I both managed to work on some creative ways to get telecommuting options. So the company that I work for is actually based in Charlottesville, Virginia. And that highlights the first point that I want to reiterate, is that high-speed internet is really critical to towns like Halifax. Halifax has a school, a K-8 school that we're very proud of. We have a post office. We have a couple of churches. But we have nothing that resembles any kind of retail space at all in our town. So this is really where we have to look for growth for economic purposes. So with that, we have had an active broadband committee for 2 years in Halifax, and we did a survey recently to discover that of the respondents on that survey, 31% are still on dial-up. So that's still a really big percentage of people who don't have access. I want to read a couple of comments that came in on the survey. The first one says, hoping for internet service as soon as can be, self-employed, would like to spend more time in Vermont with service, would like to move here to Halifax but cannot without decent internet. Keep trying and thanks. A second comment that came in was, we are researching selling our home and moving away with our business because we can no longer run the business without a high-speed connection. So that's really vital to us. Kind of tagging on to the idea of incubators around in various towns, I'm going to suggest that until we can get this last mile service, how much difficulty would it be for us to consider putting incubators or a small telecommuter office space in each town that lacks high speed by putting it in whatever little corner the town does have it, throw in a phone line, maybe you'll get some cell coverage if you're lucky in that building, but really then just create that as a place for people who do choose to work from home, that they can go and sort of collaborate with colleagues and just have a place that would allow them to get their website updated or allow a student to complete an online course that they need to do. The second comment that I have, and I try to keep this as fairly pragmatic as I can, is we've talked about how to market this area. I think it would be a very simple thing to get some real-life stories of why I live in southeastern Vermont per town, and send those out to our second homeowners, send them out to the students that we have. So you can collect the best of those for a professional marketing effort, but let's do what we can to move forward in the very short term. I know that you've had a lot of requests from a lot of people here today. For a small town like ours that was pretty Irene weary and we're a little volunteer tapped out, to actually implement some of these suggestions, I really do feel strongly that the regional perspective will help us. We are very pleased with what the Windham Regional Commission was able to do in terms of pulling us together after Irene, and so we would love to have those kinds of entities to help small towns like ours. So thank you.
Yes, my name is Maggie Barton-Hagan. I am actually one of the two Windham Regional Commissioners from Halifax. And I think our community in Halifax really, through Irene, discovered how important it was to have a central entity, regional entity like the Windham Regional, because a lot of information got funneled through pretty effectively through that body. But I would just, I've been sitting here most of the morning listening to what's been said, and I would just underline almost everything. I think that broadband or cell phone coverage is essential. I really think that on arts and business incubators in Brattleboro to encourage and support really new businesses, small entrepreneurial startups is important. Informational centers or hubs, maybe Windham Regional as one for information from the state regarding a variety of issues, and other information centers, whether they're associated with a library. Where do you go to get a grant? How do you start up a co-op? I think all of those things should be something that CevEds or whoever the entity is should look at as far as making that kind of information available. Promotion of the Vermont brand, as Edie has suggested, a welcoming atmosphere, somebody else had mentioned. All of these things, I think, are really important if we want to see our community grow with or without, hopefully without, Vermont Yankee. I would also say cluster housing, that was mentioned, I think, in relation to Manitou, but that sort of affordable housing is a really big issue in our area, and if you have jobs, you have to have some place to live, and I think that that's something that needs to be addressed and considered. So I would just, underline a lot of what's been said. I think it's really exciting and encouraging, and I think we will need economic assistance, but I really appreciate your willingness to hear us out.
Martha and Ted.
Thank you. I think apologize in advance. We have this really positive, upbeat story to tell, and we're very low energy now. So, but I think everyone in the room is. So we'll try to make it quick. That my name is Dora Boubalis, and I just want to say for the record, I am on the select board, but I'm speaking for myself. Have to get that on the record. We're going to talk about a few things, actually. Martha's going to tell the story about the Exit 1 Gateway, and then we're going to talk about a few ideas, the Green Technology Research Center, which Tad's going to talk about some research that he's working on, and an Information Resource Center. So I'll give it over to Martha.
Thanks. I live in Brattleboro. I earn my living as a freelance editor, working remotely as an independent contractor with publishers in New York, Chicago, Boston, North Carolina, which enables me to live in Vermont. I'm the facilitator of the Exit 1 Gateway project. It's a year-old citizens initiative to develop the first exit in Brattleboro and in Vermont, and the next couple of blocks leading into town, into a beautiful gateway to our town and our state that expresses who we are and our pride in our community. If you came here through Exit 1, you may have noticed the daffodils that we planted last fall there. I see our project as a microcosm in some ways of the macrocosm of our town and of our state. And I think you can see it as a now very small project located at a very powerful nexus point. So I'm going to tell a story about it and tie that story in with a couple of principles that I feel that I see as crucial in our area's approach to economic development. The first principle is when we assess our assets, that we need to honestly see our people as our biggest asset. In that department, we have here solid gold, and that is the essence of my story. Second principle is integration. That is, making the most of all our available assets, especially people, but also including resources, energy, and the like, as multiple contributing parts of an integrated whole. Integration takes the form of both having an integrated vision and doing integrated action. The first part of my story is about these two forms of integration both happening at the gateway microcosm. Okay, so we started to envision this gateway and we realized we want to integrate many different elements into one whole. That includes the way water, all the other resources, and human and animal traffic move through the Exit 1 area, the way the site affects and is affected by surrounding neighborhoods and all the people, assets in them, the way the gateway could present and recreate Vermont's working landscape and traditions, the way it could look like Vermont instead of New Jersey, how parking is arranged, anyone who is using the street and if they feel safe doing so, and so on. We also realize that every single person, asset, in Brattleboro, in neighboring areas, and in the state of Vermont, has an interest in what takes form at Exit 1 that needs to be respected and invited to join in that formation. So that led us to the realization that we want to bring in the Conway School of Landscape Design to do two things we ourselves cannot readily do to make this gateway happen. Number one, to create with us, not for us, a design for the site that integrates the full range of what can be done there, including all of our ideas for the ways this gateway will help encourage economic development. Secondly, to do this using an integrating process that will invite in and engage the maximum number of people, assets, in envisioning and deciding what everyone wants this gateway to be. We are now seeking $6,500 to meet Conway's fee so they can help us accomplish these two things. That is, have an integrated vision and do integrated action. Okay, the second part of the story will not surprise you, but I feel the principle here of focusing on our biggest asset and on integration needs more attention. I love telling this part because it's about how many different assets people came together from all their different locations with all their points of view in the midst of an ongoing, unanticipated emergency to act. There's an obvious analogy on the macro scale to how all of our town's assets, people, can come together in the midst of our ongoing economic emergency to act. Okay, so last summer we decided to plant a small welcome garden at Exit 1 to make our start. We made use of available assets, people, by talking about our gateway idea with our relatives, our friends, our neighbors, and anyone else who would listen to us, and asking people with the requisite resources to help us bring it about. People got the whole idea and wanted to help, so we set a date for the volunteer planting event, September 10. On Sunday, August 27th, I wrote this update on our website. Ground has been broken. The planting bed has been turned over and grass roots removed. This week, once the storm has passed, soil and manure will be delivered and incorporated into the bed. I don't think I need to remind you what happened over the next few days. Okay, so our response to the emergency of Irene was to immediately think we should put off our planting event, maybe even until the next year, with farmers cut off, anyone with a truck working 24/7, and everyone with any resources throwing whatever they could at bringing us all through in one piece. We didn't feel right asking anyone to deliver on a prior commitment to help make a flower garden. But then we changed our minds. It occurred to us that an exhausted person driving home through Exit 1 might get some encouragement from seeing that someone was planting flowers in spite of it all. So we stayed with our September 10 planting event date, though we had little hope of promised soils and plants coming through. Then, to our great surprise, I'm sure not to yours, our exhausted neighbors somehow managed, without a word from us, to bring us everything we needed. One of them said to us, if there was ever a time when this was greatly needed, it is now. With people like this, boy, have we got assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to go. But I just want to point out, I'm going to open the window for a minute, because it's over there, Exit 1. On the other side of Joe Famolari's land is the Career Center, and abutting on that is where we're talking about. And what the integration is about connecting all of that to this property as well. So a few years ago at a planning meeting, Hugh Bronson, who's a former member of the Brattleboro Select Board, spoke to how in the 60s and 70s the counterculture came to town and taught everyone else how to do business. That generation and those that followed created new businesses, which likely helped this region weather the decline in certain manufacturing sectors. In the process, they introduced new ways of doing things by implementing practices such as collaboration, cooperation, employee ownership, and activism into their mission-driven organizations. I'm happy to tell you that the counterculture is still here and continues to thrive. And there has been a lot of data presented about the need to retain and there's been a lot of data presented about the need to retain and attract young people, and we do need to do that. But when I go downtown, I see young adults everywhere. I go into Metropolis for open mic, and the bar is filled with 20, 30, 40-somethings, and they love living here. Some of them are natives, and others have somehow found their way here. They come from all job sectors and are creative, politically active, committed to building community, living sustainably, being socially responsible, and buying local. In their backyards, you will find chickens and vegetable gardens. These folks would fit the broad definition of the creative class, which includes any professionals who work with information and use their minds to generate ideas. I'm going to connect to Caleb, because Caleb mentioned Richard Florida. So in the rise of the creative class, he concludes it is not simply jobs, as many economists would argue, but quality of life benefits, connections all over, that draw the creative class to unlikely places. In an effort to stimulate the innovation that could drive economic development, there are cities across the country that have tried, less than successfully, to create what we already have. A place where one can live an unconventional bohemian lifestyle, find a community of smart, caring, creative people, and get a high quality of life. All we need to do is provide education and training for those who are already here, and support services to help businesses market to those people who want to be here. If our town were a corporation, we'd ask ourselves, what people, assets do we have? What would we see? In other words, what kind of social capital might we already have in place that we aren't seeing because we're not looking for it? If we think only in terms of not having enough of the right kind of people, or too many of the wrong kind of people, such as the unemployed and the aging, this is negative thinking. How about we turn this on its head to the radical positive opposite and start to think in terms of what we already got going for us? What if, for example, we were to ask how the people we have too much of could really be an embarrassment of riches? What if we were to see how the people who are actually already here are the type of people we need? In other words, how about we view all of our people as already existing assets that we don't have to acquire? How about we take the outrageous risk of treating them as the potential source of our greatest strength going forward? We would start our efforts to improve our economy by asking how these living assets can best be made the most of. So, on that common theme, Brattleboro is blessed with a number of people who are incapable of thinking inside the box. So there's a number of people who are residents who are misfits and refugees from more normal worlds. They have fled corporate culture, urban pollution, stress, suburban sprawl, the rat race, places with lots of polish and no heart. Sorry. Another revelation from studies of corporations is that you want to maximize your return on social capital. You need to make sure your people are not all isolated in different areas, both physically and in terms of their departments, especially if your company is in a creative industry field. You want to set the layout of your offices up so that your people are having lots of random encounters with each other, literally bumping into each other as often as possible. Imagine an all-encompassing place. Now this goes back to Tim's informal river walk gatherings. All-encompassing place where people can get information not readily available from someone who knows about local services, businesses, and anything else they might need. A physical space where people can build relationships, meet people, and make connections. The more people are enabled to exchange conversation, the more animated they become, thus creating the synergy for development of constructive ideas. An information resource center that would be open days, evenings, and weekends to visitors and newcomers who would be welcomed and given information about the area. So that's the first idea, the information resource center. The second idea is what I call a Green Technology Research Center. Ted likes to refer to it as the Ecological Research Center. It can be called whatever we want. In Brattleboro, investments in research and development could drive economic development, and this actually connects to the what Ellen Level and Caleb were talking about earlier. While we cannot compete with the big cities and large universities, we can develop a niche related to agriculture, sustainability, alternative energy, etc. There are many options for institutional umbrella: UVM Extension, Vermont Tech College, a public-private partnership with Marlborough College or other schools, a regional partnership with any of the many neighboring schools, or a conglomeration. Also, it could be connected to the Agriculture Education Center, proposed by Roger Albee, as well as the Windham Regional Career Center. It could be set up with proprietary agreements that would ensure local job growth, or a percentage of profits be funneled back into the facility. Researchers could use discoveries to develop products for manufacturing, create projects for implementation, advanced technologies, and knowledge that enhance and preserve the working landscape, provide decent jobs for a solid working middle class, and match the sensibilities of those who live here. By giving young people the opportunity to participate and contribute in local projects that are innovative and practical without necessarily earning college or postgraduate degrees, but in more informal ways, they can gain skills and experience that they can turn around and use to contribute back to the process of invention and development, somewhat as factory workers have always served as a source of improvement in procedures and products. As this process builds exponentially, they will be hired into jobs that they themselves help to create. We have here deep reservoir of people who are resourceful, ingenious, and good at practical invention. Vermont is known for this culture of practical ingenuity, and that's based on real history that we can draw on. We need to identify these people and engage them in developing projects. We already have individuals, small businesses, and even farmers working on their own to create inventions. Imagine what they could accomplish with the kind of support that a research facility could provide. With the Information Resource Center, the Agriculture Education Center, and the Ecological Green Technology Research Center, we could have a smaller scale, more informal research triangle similar to the one that exists in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area, with opportunities for social capital to mix up as much as possible and get physical experimentation. Which leads me to Tad, who's going to talk about some of his green technologies. Yes.
Tad Montgomery. I have a small ecological engineering and design firm that does a fair amount of entrepreneurial work as well here in Brattleboro. I'm going to talk about 3 specific technologies that I see as having significant opportunity. I'm only limiting it to 3 because of time constraints here and because I see them as having a lot of promise. Agroforestry, biochar, and mycoremediation, MYCO, which is the use of fungus to remediate toxic compounds. Agroforestry. Right now, Vermont's forests are managed for 3 primary products: lumber, wildlife, and maple syrup. I would propose that there are actually hundreds of forestry products that could be economically managed in Vermont and throughout the Northeast. I'm going to focus on one of these, but I could talk about dozens, literally. And the one I'm going to talk about is mushrooms. And not for mycoremediation, I'll get to that later, but for culinary and medicinal properties. Right now, when a logger goes into a forest, they pull out the log and leave the crown of the tree. That crown wood is 4 to 10 inches in diameter and is the perfect size wood for growing mushrooms. For the logging industry, it does not make economic sense to haul it out of the forest, so it's left there. But it's perfect for mushrooms that can gain, or on a retail level, up to $15 to $20 per pound. One cord of wood's volume of wood can produce $200 roughly as firewood, and 10 times that on a retail level growing mushrooms. Just one example. Other examples are hazelnuts for food and or fuel because they have very high oil content. Another example is American chestnut trees, which have been redeveloped to be blight resistant, are indigenous to this part of the Appalachians, and are huge producers of nut crops. Many others, fiddlehead ferns. I mean, I could go on and on and on. So that's agroforestry. Also, permaculture fits in with that, if you're familiar with that term. Second one is biochar. This is a technology that has global implications. It is a system that can reverse global climate change by permanently sequestering carbon dioxide. The way it works is wood or agricultural products are put through a very low oxygen combustion process, and the result is a charcoal-like substance that has substantial agricultural benefits as a soil amendment. Not as a fertilizer, but it does things in the soil that dramatically help the fertility of the soil. There are experts here in the area who understand this technology. It could be profitable from both the sale of the biochar product to farmers and from if there are ever carbon credits that are developed and given for people who remediate global climate change, that could be an economic engine on this. There are very specific research needs that biochar has. One is field trials to examine just how biochar works in Vermont-specific soils, so agricultural research. Another one is funding to do development work for boiler and furnace systems that, instead of going through complete combustion, would produce biochar as a product. So capture the heat and then also produce biochar. The last one I'm going to talk about is microremediation. I and a business associate recently submitted a proposal to detoxify a building here in Brattleboro. In particular, the one that is now owned by the New England Youth Theater. At the New England Center for Circus Arts wants to turn into their facility. We proposed going in and spraying the entire inside of the building with a very specific kind of fungus that is known to biodegrade PCBs and organic toxins. It's a brand new technology. It's been proven. There are mushrooms now that are shown to do this, to basically eat petrochemicals, convert them to carbon dioxide and water, but no one, to our knowledge, has ever applied it on this kind of a scale. We submitted a proposal. They were very grateful for the proposal and said it takes way too much time and is too experimental. But there are thousands of buildings in Vermont, and who knows how many throughout the Northeast, that might be able to use this kind of a technology to make the buildings usable again and remediate the toxins. So that's just three very quick, brief examples of the kinds of things that a green technology incubator could be developing.
All right, well, thank you all very much. Thanks for your endurance.
It was actually very interesting listening to everybody who came before us.
It was.
I'm glad I stayed for it.
I think our last witness is Katie Anderson, Brattleboro Town Arts.
Good afternoon. I'll wait for Serenity for a second.
Okay.
So I think we're at the closing act, it looks like.
One more. Almost.
Oh, is there one more? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, senators and the members of the CEVEDS working group and those remaining. Your endurance is impressive with today. I'm Kate Anderson. I'm the chair of the Town Arts, the Brattleboro Town Arts Committee. but I'm speaking for myself. This is not a warned meeting from us, so I am only speaking for myself. This is Serenity Smith Fortune, and she'll speak for a moment after me. The opportunity to present is greatly appreciated. With the impending change in our economic landscape, the leadership evident in the CEVEDS document is to be commended. Brattleboro is at a crossroads, and there is wonderful opportunity to shape the economic future of this community. We are uniquely positioned because of the amalgamation of our diverse resources: business, education, landscape, tourism, and the fertile arts community. The arts can play an integral role in growth here. In fact, they always have. The arts and their contingent creative industries should be included in development strategies. My reasons for coming to this conclusion are the following. Examples in the arts industries already incubating successful practitioners of their disciplines include, among others, the Circus School and the Youth Theater. In fact, the New England Center for Circus Arts sees better than 95% placement of its pro-track graduates. Their performance employment is out of the area. With easy proximity to Boston and New York, more and more of these artists choose to live in this area. Wages, then, are spent here. Staff at New England Center for Circus Arts would reach 30 in a new facility. For most artists, living and producing happens here, but the product is most often sold outside Southeast Vermont. The creative industries are reported to be the 5th largest in Vermont. Several other states, Colorado for one, are reckoning with the potential of this as yet loosely defined industry cluster. Simply put, these are industries sourcing their products directly from the arts: design, film, print media, performance, museums, etc. Brattleboro, rich in the practice of the arts, is therefore a strong candidate to leave productively. The sector is vibrant, but that vibrancy obscures the need for investment in infrastructure. What would that investment look like? Marketing that translates into financial compensation, material supports, access to financial and physical resources, including space, training and professional development, conventional and arts discipline specific, networks, intra-sector networking, as well as inter-sector connections, information sharing data sources. The resources are here. Gaps in business skills are beginning to be addressed. Opportunities for joint marketing, collaborative administration, and information services, these are ripe for investment. The creative sector potential is strong, yet it is currently underperforming. It is vital to distinguish between insufficient management and insufficient talent. Talent is the responsibility of the artist and mentors, but management can be addressed. CEVEDS reports a graying demographic, yet the arts and creative industries, a growth industry, represent primarily the 20 to 44-year age bracket. These arts industries prepare their clients, local, regional, and international, for global success and bring international artists into Southeast Vermont. Also identified in the Vermont Yankee report, post-Vermont Yankee report, is the opportunity to facilitate challenged properties back into purposeful life through a property redevelopment function. The effort to develop an arts campus downtown is in exactly such an area. This would, as stated in Objective 4 of the CEVEDS report, make productive properties which have fallen to lower value use or out of use. CEVEDS and post-VY reports cite tourism for potential growth. The cross-strategizing of increased recreational tourism with cultural tourism is of real benefit. cultural tourism yields $7 to every $1 recreational tourism yields. In conclusion, what is presented here is not any immediate, comprehensive fix, but is focused on building on local assets. It is asking that real consideration be given to long-term strategic investment in the creative sector. Knowledge industry workers are keen to locate in arts-rich, quality-of-life areas, and a recent IBM study of CEOs identified creativity as the most sought-after quality in an employee. There are resources here, and there is compelling context to work together. Quote, Brattleboro, known for its arts, unquote. This was the opening statement on ABC Evening News in the wake of Tropical Storm Irene. How important it is to identify this industry as a resource, build on local assets, and make this known. 15 years of economic decline has deep causes. It is not going to be offset by replacing 270 Vermont Yankee jobs any more than those same jobs mitigated the decline. There is need for a whole system approach. I'd also like to say that the Town Arts Committee initiated an effort to apply for a National Endowment of the Arts grant. We have successfully been partnered by the town. That application is in process. We'll find out, I think, in July, the result. The idea behind it is to create a cultural district, so hopefully that will come through. So I want to now have Serenity speak to you. She'll introduce herself.
Thank you. I was actually asked to come by Stephen Stearns from the New England Youth Theater because they are working to try to redevelop a location in downtown Brattleboro, and they're having a lot of challenges with it because there's not lots of money for redeveloping, and it is a Brownsfield site. I'm with the New England Center for Circus Arts. We're a very successful organization. We won a business plan competition that the BDCC held the first year. They've been great supporters of ours. We've had huge growth in the past few years. 3 years ago, we had 500 students. Last year, we had over 1,000. They come in from all over the world. We bring lots of money into the area because our students also stay here. They are in that 20 to 44 demographic, which I'm still in. And they go off and they perform elsewhere. We have 2 students who just returned from a week in Dubai, and they bring their money back here because they live here. We have 8 students going to Korea for the World Fair. That's just a small picture of what we do, and we do a lot of outreach programming. Anyway, we are a success story here. We've had a lot of support from the town and the economic development people here. But what we need is a larger facility because of that success. We're sort of, challenged by the fact that we are in a small building. Even though our landlord, the BDCC, is wonderful, they can't increase the size of the building or the height of the roof. We want to redevelop the Arts Campus location, and it's currently owned by the Youth Theater. And in order to redevelop it, the Youth Theater needs someone with money who can guarantee that they will redevelop it. And we would love to say that we had that money, but we don't. So we're in a little bit of a scenario where there's the chicken before the egg. We need the money before we can promise to develop it, but the Youth Theater can't get the money to clean it up until we can promise. So I think what Stephen really wanted me to just speak to is the challenge to get funds for redeveloping current locations, especially in a downtown sector where we have these spaces, we have these buildings, but they need to be cleaned up so that they can be useful, so that so much of what we need to do in terms of bringing in young people, jump-starting the economy of the area can be done with that help. I had more I would say, but I don't think you guys need to hear it right now. So thank you. Great.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm David Scholes. I think that Mr. Harvey and I are the people you've been waiting all day to see. The last ones. Yeah. So thank you for your patience. I'm the president and former manager of the Brattleboro Farmers Market and also a member of the town school board. And as a school board member, I'm also a member of the Brattleboro representative town meeting. And I want to let you know about a decision that was made at the town meeting to direct our select board to take steps to explore successful examples of community development, economic development that have led to employment opportunities, have led to investment of other businesses. And rather than try and do that myself, I'm asked George Harvey, who's also a town rep, he introduced the resolution, which was overwhelmingly supported by the town reps, to talk about a couple of those examples that we're going to be looking at and hopefully replicating.
I'm George Harvey. I'm a semi-retired systems engineer with a background in computers, chemistry, graphics, other fields, but basically all of this is tied together by research. I'm also I work at the New England Coalition on Nuclear Pollution. I do research there, and it's out of that the motion that I made came out of experience that I had there. I'm not speaking as a town rep or as a member of the New England Coalition. I'm speaking for myself here. But what I want to tell you is about some of the research that I've done, and it is research that I regard as very much eye-opening. What I've been looking at is alternative energy and the effective use of alternative energy in communities in Europe. I'm going to tell you a story about one of these. It's a town called Gössing, which is in Austria. It's right on the Hungarian border. If you go to Wikipedia and type in the English word guessing, it takes you to Gössing. 20 years ago, Gössing was the poorest town in Austria. It had a population of 3,700. It was the main town in the district of Gössing, which was primarily economically related to forestry and agriculture. The situation in Gössing was so bad economically that 70% of the town's workers had to commute to Vienna to find work. And Vienna is far enough away that that commute was a weekly rather than daily commute. The town was putting 6 million euros a year, or the Austrian equivalent of that at the time, into the purchase of energy. And a new group of political leaders was elected to the town offices with the idea that they wanted to reverse that. So they initially put insulation into the town buildings. They put up a couple of wind generators. They put up a biodigester. I'm going to go straight to the end here and tell you where they came out 20 years later. 20 years later, instead of spending 6 million euros a year on energy, they are creating 14 million euros a year worth of energy. That energy is being used locally. It's also being sold. The result of the availability of low-cost renewable energy in the town has led to the town having 50 businesses move into town, some of which were very heavily energy reliant, such as a manufacturer of solar panels. There's a lot of electricity that goes into that. The result of that was also that they created in their town of 3,700 people 1,000 new jobs. Now this is a story that is a boom in Gössing. The boom is going to stop. They know it. The reason it's going to stop is not because they're running out of resources. They're being far more protective of their forestry than they had been in the past because they realize that their forestry is one of the sources of their wealth. But their neighbors, who they're selling electricity to, have got wise to the whole deal. Now, what's going on, and they're going to do the same thing. What's going on in Gössing is they're taking wood, they are gasifying it, they're using the wood gas to drive a 20-cylinder generator that is a 10-megawatt generator. They're using the heat from that, the waste heat, to heat their buildings. The result of this is, as an engineer, I just found this mind-boggling. The generator is running at 48.7% in efficiency in the generation of electrical power. I'm accustomed to reciprocating engines, internal combustion engines using producing power at efficiencies of more like 20%. And I was really stunned by that. But then they said in their website they're getting 82 to 85% efficiency overall because they're capturing the heat. And so I decided I'd find out what that was all about. I went to the website of the manufacturer of the generator. It's a company called Jenbacher. They're making exactly the same claim on efficiency of electrical generation. And they're saying that the overall efficiency is 90%. And that company is a wholly owned subsidiary of the same company that manufactured the reactor at Vermont Yankee. So I don't know how much I can trust them, but I'll go with it for the time being.
You can trust us for 40 years.
Yeah. And when I looked into this and other things, what I found was this was not a unique story. It was a story that was repeated over and over and over again. The German town of Wildpolsried in Bavaria, they're generating 3.5 times as much power as they use. The result of this is, after 15 years of motion toward renewable energy, they're 100% self-reliant, and on the profits of the sale of their excess energy, they've built a new municipal office building, a new school, a gymnasium for people to work out, and 4 new other municipal buildings. This is not unique to small towns. Freiburg am Breisgau did the same thing. They haven't gone 100% renewable, but in the course of working toward renewable, they have created 10,000 local jobs. Now, as I look at this, the numbers that come to me are, if Vermont went the same direction, we could probably expect somewhere between 30,000 and 50,000 jobs to be created in Vermont. But one of the things that's interesting about this is that the effect on this goes further than just job creation, because the source of the power is local. We are not paying for fuel if we're buying renewable energy. The money is not going to Kentucky for uranium enrichment. It's not going to Louisiana or the Gulf or even Quebec or New Hampshire as profits flow out of the state. The profits stay local, the owners are local, the workers are local, and it's also not just the energy sector of the economy that benefits. The farmers who grow the wood that is turned into energy benefit from this, or the vegetable oil. The foresters who grow the wood benefit. In Gersink, they're taking cordwood, putting it through a catalysis process that makes methane, putting it through a second catalysis process that makes alkanes. Alkanes, most people don't know the word. A few of them are propane, butane, octane, gasoline, diesel oil. They're making a very superior diesel oil because it has no sulfur in it. And they're getting 120 gallons of diesel oil per cord of wood. And I will tell you, I think as I look at the future of renewable energy, and the technologies just go on and on, they're mind-boggling. What I see in Vermont is a potential to be 100% energy independent. These places that I've mentioned to you, Gersink and Wildpolsried, went 100% independent in 20 and 15 years respectively. We have, I think, a situation where it's not a matter of sharing the responsibility. It's a matter of sharing the opportunity. It's not going to be a matter of a soft landing or a hard landing. It's going to be a matter if we act on it. Because if we don't act, nothing happens. But it's going to be possibly an opportunity of not landing at all, taking off. And that's my message.
Well, thank you very much, George. Anything else, David?
Yeah, I just want to reinforce a couple of things George said. One is that these are existing examples. These are things that can be done. And we heard all day long testimony after testimony of people that are trying to come up with things that they could do to lead to this kind of economic development and to lead to creating jobs. And these are things that we already know are in place. And the other thing is that it's done at a municipal level. it's much easier, well, not much easier, but it's possible to finance through bonding, which is, I think, would be a much less drawn-out process than trying to fund through private investment in terms of moving quickly. So, thank you. Enjoy the beautiful day that's out there.
Thank you all very much for coming, and thanks again to Betty and Robert, Jeff and his team. And we are now, I think, going to go to Tri Park. We're a little behind schedule, but...
Go to the diner for lunch first.
No, they've got to go to Burlington.
Oh.
So we'll go to Tri Park?
I don't know if
You have some sandwiches here. Will I eat
great.
something real quick? And
We'll grab
then...
something real quick.
Okay, we'll
So
bring
the
it in.
meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Good job, Jack.
Well, I mean, we totally